sweating that you're in the wrong, the order is not conducive to your answer.
Right.
If you're first or last, and it's just going to be it's an unpleasant experience for a lot of people.
Yeah. I was always like, please, not me, not me, not me first. That's what we say.
Yeah, it's going pretty smooth. Mark,
Good.
have you had any yet?
I start tomorrow morning.
Okay, nice.
I have 2 sessions tomorrow and 1 or 2
We're
more
on-
on Thursday and 1 on Friday.
Because we're on OSBT, I think,
Yeah.
is it tomorrow and Friday, is that right?
Yeah.
I'm glad to come in and hear board and commission appointments are going well, it seems.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Everyone's big. All the selections have been made.
Lovely.
Yeah, we just got after it.
Wow, you guys are industrious. We'll have to give you more to do.
Works for me.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone.
Fair.
Good evening, Mayor.
Everybody stop talking.
Ice breaking by committee.
You want to hear it real quick?
Please.
Yeah,
But
do it.
let me just say, Nicole is trying to get on.
Are you safe, but it is the sea?
Yes. I love it.
Have a good meeting.
bait and
Right.
switch.
I'm gonna
Love it.
pop in and let folks know that we are live on channel 8.
All right.
Whenever we're ready to begin, Mr. Mayo, I'll begin recording whenever we're ready.
Thanks for that announcement, Ryan. We are giving Nicole a minute. I understand she's having some technical difficulties, so let's just give her 1 minute.
All right, looks like Nicole's coming in right now. Give her a minute to become a panelist.
Hi, folks. Apologies. I had to restart my computer.
No worries, Nicole. Glad to have you here with us. All right. Well, looks like we got everybody here, so I will go ahead and gavel us to a start here. We're going to begin the March We're beginning the March 1st, 2022 meeting of the Boulder City Council. I'm going to kick it off here with a few announcements. So to start, COVID-19 for testing, for information and provider locations for free COVID-19 testing, you can go to www.boco.org/COVID testing. And the Boulder site for that, open 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. is at 2445 Stasio Drive. And for vaccine information and provider locations, you can go to www.boco.org/COVID vaccine. Next, let's talk about boards and commissions. We have closed the annual recruitment period for most boards, but there are still a few that have not received sufficient applications, so we still are keeping those open. So those boards are the Boulder Junction Access District, both parking and travel demand management, as well as the Board of Zoning Adjustment, the Design Advisory Board, and the University Hill Commercial Area Management Commission. So those boards will have applications accepted until further notice. You can find those descriptions online at bouldercolorado.gov/boards-commissions. If you have any questions or need any assistance, please contact the City Clerk's Office at cityclerksoffice@bouldercolorado.gov. And finally, announcement about price gouging. Just wanted to make sure that everyone knows that Colorado law prohibits charging excessive prices for certain essential products, goods, or services during a disaster period. It makes clear that such price gouging is a deceptive trade practice under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act. Coloradans who witness price gouging or who think they might be a victim of price gouging should file a report with the Attorney General's office at 800-222-4444 or stopfraudcolorado.gov. Right, and that is the end of the announcements. So Alicia, can we do a roll call, please?
All right. Thank you, sir, and good evening, everyone. We will start with Councilmember Benjamin.
Present.
Okay, I see you, but you're muted, and that's fine.
Oh, no, present. I thought I said it, sorry.
I was just muted. You're good. All right, Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Here.
Councilmember Joseph.
Present.
Spear.
Present.
Wallach.
Here.
Weiner.
Present.
And Yates.
I am here.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Thank you, Alicia. So I would now request a motion to amend the agenda to add item 1A, a statement of solidarity and support for the people of Ukraine. If anyone
So
is
moved. So moved.
Second.
Great, we have a motion and a second. Is anyone opposed? All right, seeing no one, then the motion is duly amended to add this item 1A. And I will just go straight into that item 1A. So I'm going to start with a statement here, and then I'll give my colleagues an opportunity to add something as well if they would like. So just wanted to say a few words tonight about the events unfolding in Ukraine. While the specifics are rapidly evolving, what we know is that we're witnessing a humanitarian crisis that not only threatens European stability, but the world order that we rely on to ensure peace. Russia's entirely unjustified invasion of the nation of Ukraine and the horrors that such violence is inflicting on the Ukrainian people should be vigorously and unequivocally condemned by all. I personally am outraged by these actions and support the efforts of the international community to impose serious and significant sanctions on Russia. I hope they will cause them to revisit their rash decision and quickly withdraw their forces and show the international community that such aggression will not be tolerated in the Ukraine or anywhere else in the world. I also want to share in the heartbreak that I know so many in our community are experiencing as we watch videos and read stories of the suffering and dislocation experienced by millions of people in Ukraine. These people did not ask for war and they do not deserve war. Living here in Colorado, we're a long, long way from the fighting and suffering in Ukraine. And yet I think that I can say today that today the people of Boulder stand with the people of Ukraine and offer solidarity to them in their time of crisis. May the universal outrage from across the world cause the invading forces to swiftly retreat, and may Ukraine be at peace once again. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak about this, and I would welcome if anyone else would like to add a few words as well. I see Rachel.
Thanks, Aaron. I won't eat up a lot of time adding to that. That was well said. I just want to say I support what you said, and the city of Boulder supports what you have said, and I'm hoping that we have unanimity among our colleagues in supporting your statement. Thank you.
Thanks. Nicole?
Thank you. Yeah, Aaron, I want to support also everything that you said. And I want to also just acknowledge the weight of this war on all of us, but particularly on the Russians, Ukrainians, and Europeans in our community, and on all those who fled war or lived under occupation in any area of the world. We don't know how this war is going to end, but we know its trauma will last for generations. I want to also acknowledge the trauma some in our community are experiencing, seeing racism even in war. As humans, we're capable of complex emotions, so we can hold empathy and solidarity for those fighting occupation in Ukraine, while also holding sadness and frustration for continued racial inequities. I hope everyone in the community recognizes the stress that we're all experiencing in this latest moment of global uncertainty. And I hope we can give each other grace in the coming weeks and recognize that we're all doing the best we can, given what the world is giving us right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Nicole. Bob?
Well, that was all quite eloquent from Aaron and Rachel and Nicole, so I can't top that. I completely agree with what's been said already. And while this council does not typically weigh in on foreign policy matters, I think that we can all stand together in solidarity with the people of Ukraine and others that are suffering during this terrible time, and hope and pray that the conflict will end soon, and that lives will be spared and that peace will return. All we can do from afar is be sympathetic, to condemn it, and to hope for a better day.
Thank you, Bob. Mark?
Aaron, I thought your statement was absolutely spot on. I thought you hit every issue. It was very eloquently stated. I stand in full support of it, and I thank you for doing that. In my lifetime, this is probably the most serious event since the Cuban Missile Crisis, with the potential for horrible outcomes. And I'm pleased that this community is standing with the Ukrainian people and opposing the kinds of oppression that are being visited upon them. So thank you for that, Aaron. I thought it was a beautiful statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Tara?
I assume that so many of us here in Boulder wake up like I do. We open up our phone and we hope against hope that things have changed, that Putin reverses course, that things go back to peace. And my heart is with the people of Ukraine as well, as I know all of ours are. And I'm so glad that we're standing in solidarity as a city right now.
Thank you, Tara. Matt?
I gotta wait a while. I'm on, I have to listen.
Well, I appreciate everything that's, yeah.
Sorry, there was a little crosstalk. Go ahead, Matt.
No, I think everything that's been said is exactly the right thing to be said in the moment we're in. Interestingly reflecting, I was my son's age at 6 when I remember watching the Berlin Wall come down. So just interesting that it's a generation, and yet there's another massive event coming down. I will say that I want to make sure that we are prepared and going to be in a position to welcome any refugees that have been displaced from the war in Ukraine, and that we would be ready, willing, and able to welcome them with open arms, with food, with love, into our community should the opportunity arise. I don't think we're there yet, but I want to make sure that we are prepared for that should that time come, and it might be coming sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Matt. Junie?
Thank you, Mayor Brockett. I just wanted to thank you for giving us this opportunity to express ourselves on this situation. I think similar to Bob, just seeing what's going on around the world, it's just very shocking. It doesn't make us feel safe in the world. And again, I think like my colleague Bob said, I just pray for peace as well. So I think that was well said by Bob. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Junie. Looks like that's everyone who wants to speak. So thank you everyone for taking a moment in the middle of this international crisis to acknowledge what's going on and offer some thoughts and support. So with that, we'll move on to our next item. I'll just note for people signed up for open comment, we have 2 additional items before we're getting to that. And the next one, which we're looking forward to, is a municipal court update from our fantastic Judge Cook. Judge Cook, if you'd like to take that away, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Brockett, and thank you, City Council members, for the opportunity. Just as a housekeeping matter, I'm wondering if one of the city staff is planning to run the PowerPoint for me, or if you'd like me to share my screen. Oh, she's starting it. Okay, perfect. All right, thank you, Emily. And you can go to the next slide. I'm going to do a very brief overview. Normally, when it's the first session after a new city council has been seated, I would devote my entire time to an overview of the Boulder Municipal Court operations. However, given the level of interest in community court, I'm going to keep this very brief and very high level, but I'd be happy to meet with any of you individually if you want to delve deeper in the future. Next slide. So this is just for context. This is the trial court structure in Colorado. Every judicial district has district courts, which handle high-level cases, county courts, and then also many of them have municipal courts. The district courts and the county courts are funded by the state. Municipal courts are funded by their municipalities. As you can see, there is some overlap between county courts and municipal courts in terms of the types of cases that they adjudicate. In the city of Boulder, the Boulder Police Department and CUPD are instructed to write cases into our court as opposed to the county court if we have a violation that covers that behavior. Next slide. I'm not going to go through this slide in detail. I just want to let you know that this slide illustrates the traditional longstanding role of municipal courts in their communities. Next slide. And so this is the role of the Boulder Municipal Court. We do perform all of the traditional municipal court functions. However, we do a lot more than that. We have some law violations that were crafted to address specific behaviors in our city. For instance, nuisance party and camping ordinances. They may not be unique to Boulder, but they're not necessarily ordinances that you find in most other Colorado municipalities. Not only do our laws reflect our local community values in terms of the types of cases we adjudicate, our practices in court also reflect our local community values. These values dictate that we take a problem-solving approach and that we try to get at the underlying issues that lead to a violation rather than a strictly punitive approach. Our community also values a process that is efficient, fair, respectful, and gives participants the opportunity to be heard. This is something that is also a best practice in judicial systems where it's known as procedural fairness. People who experience the criminal justice system as fair, regardless of the outcome, have a higher level of trust in the court and by extension, the justice system as a whole and hopefully their broader city government. We also pride ourselves on being innovative, collaborative, and evidence-based. This is not a given in all courts, so I do like to call that out. We have many collaborations that we have fostered and maintained over time. Just a couple of examples would be our stakeholders at CU as well as among our homeless service providers. I could go on, but I think with that, we'll move on to the next slide. And this slide, again, I'm not going to go through this, but just here's a quick summary of the types of cases that are filed in our court in the table that's in the kind of maroon colors, and then the law enforcement agencies that file these cases. I did include a pre-pandemic comparison from the year 2016 that I just happen to have that data really readily available. So it's not a perfect pre-COVID comparison to 2021, but it does give you a little bit of a sense. And with that, we can go to the next slide. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about our community court initiative. And if you'll go to the next slide, these are the high-level details of the community court grant award, the grantor, the target population, and how we intend to use the funds, as well as the period of the grant. So under the current scenario, the grant is due to expire at the end of September of this year. Next slide. So if you look at the orange bubbles, you can see that we're just one of 7 sites nationally that was granted an implementation or continuation grant for the 2020 cycle, and one of only 28 community courts in the United States specifically. I have to tell you that we have so many partners helping us to implement, but I have to call out one person in particular, and that's Devon Kissick Kelly, our Deputy Court Administrator, whose efforts have been invaluable to me and our community partners in implementing this initiative. Next slide. So these are the goals of the community court. Again, I'll let you read those for yourselves and not give a lot of comment on those. Next slide. And these are the types of cases. So what I want to make clear is these are the violations we most commonly see among the unhoused population in the Boulder Municipal Court, and that are eligible for community court. We do not handle more serious violations such as drug violations, thefts, and so forth, and therefore those cases would not be handled in community court. So I want to make it really clear the types of violations are very low level. Next slide. And Emily, if you would just play about the first 20 seconds of this video, I just want to give the council a visual of what it looks like when we're out in the community conducting community court from remote sites. And I don't know if that link will work for you or not.
Sometimes it takes a little moment, so I'll see if.
Okay, we'll see if it will work. If not, this is something you all could go and observe later, but sometimes a picture or a video is worth 1,000 words when you're trying to convey to people what this looks like as we participate on an outreach basis or mobile pop-up basis. But since it seems like it's not going to work, why don't we just go on to the next slide? Oh, there we go.
So one of the beautiful things about a community court is that it really does involve the whole community.
Community court is about addressing the problems of the community. And in Boulder Municipal Court, one of those large issues that remains unsolved both locally and nationally is homelessness.
We got the idea of a community court when I attended the 2016 Community Justice Summit, which was hosted by the Center for Court Innovation. And I thought it would be a great vehicle for doing a better job. Thank you, Emily. You can go to the next slide. So what you're seeing there is the prosecutor, several court staff, they are out in the community at places where the unhoused are gathering because there are resources at those sites. And they set up their surface and they have an internet connection. I'm back in the courthouse and I'm on my computer and we're conducting court that way. These are the strategies that we're using for community court participants. I've described the pop-up model. What we do is we use the fact that they received a citation for one of these types of violations that was in a previous slide as an opportunity to engage them. Most of the time, people are able to earn dismissal of their charges, by completing one of the sanctions. And the same sample sanctions are listed there, but you can see they're really aimed at helping to resolve a person's unhoused status. And those are pretty generic options. We can get very specific with people, especially if they have checked off a lot of those. We can get much more creative and come up with other things that they can do in order to earn dismissal of their case. Next slide. So here's some of our key accomplishments. We have 2 slides here, but this is the first slide. This shows that we started in January, just a few months after the grant itself began. We began using our transitional housing for our community court clients in February. We began small case management forums with providers. So we have a couple of different ones. We aspire to have a large case management forum where all of the providers are participating, but that really in other communities that are doing that, they're doing it at a time when they're also attending community court as service providers. And so we already have them gathered and we can do those, that case management as part of a larger group. We began onboarding our substance use treatment provider in July. And if you'll go to the next slide, Emily, we can see what's happened since then. We have convened a homeless advisory council. This was an idea from Austin where they have a homeless advisory council. Having people with lived experience is really important in terms of helping us build out the model of the community court and understanding what is going to work for that population and what will not. Our substance use provider began delivering services. He is doing it on a pop-up basis as well. He attends all of the pop-up community court sessions as well as our court session on Tuesday mornings in the courthouse, although he doesn't get a lot of business at those sessions. But he also has one of those easy ups, I call them the 10 by 10s that he can set up with walls, and he can set that up actually whenever he wants and conduct his actual substance abuse treatment sessions with this population out there in the community, wherever he has set up his tent, so to speak, which is really critical, again, to engagement, is meeting people where they're at rather than requiring them to come to some place that they wouldn't normally spend time. We added 2 more sessions per month back in October. So we went from 2 to 4 sessions a month. So on average, they're once a week. Every once in a while, we have a week with none and a week with 2. But it was really nice that we had that need was identified, and the prosecution and Jen Livovich from Feet Forward, who runs that Central Park session, asked if we would do that. And just recently, we identified our mental health treatment provider, and so we'll be onboarding that in a very near future in a very similar way to the way we're doing substance use treatment. And a very cool thing is that several of our court staff, as well as the homeless outreach team and officers and their sergeant, visited the community court in Austin in early February. And I have to tell you, Austin set up an amazing agenda for them. They were busy from 8 to 5 for 2 straight days. They were told it was like drinking from a fire hose, but they were also incredibly inspired by everything that Austin's done over the last 20 years. Basically, it's transformed to the point where their community court is a homeless services agency first, with the ability to resolve court cases as well. We do hope that we'll have Pete Valdez, the Austin Community Court administrator, visit us later in the year and provide us some real hands-on additional technical assistance. So any of you are interested when he's visiting, we'd be happy to arrange for you to be able to meet him as well. Next slide. So these are some of the impacts of COVID or the pandemic on our community court. We did not envision our program as a mobile court. I want to make it really clear, but it was a blessing in disguise. Some of our municipal court colleagues around the state are trying to take a similar approach in terms of having a few service providers at court so they can link the unhoused with those providers. But they're their ability to connect with people is very, very limited because people have to walk through that courthouse door, which is a very high barrier for many of them. And so, for instance, one of our other Denver metro region cities, they generally get about 10% of the eligible people appear on their court date when they have those services. Next slide. So the next slide is a really high level data about who we have served over the first 5 quarters. So this takes us through December 31st. I have much more specific data. So if you wanted to know things like how many people did we help get IDs or social security cards or whatever, we could do that. But I just kept it very high level. One of the data sets I would like to highlight is 363 sanctions or tasks completed out of 400 assigned. That's in excess of 90% as a completion rate. And I've got to tell you, our completion rate for community service, which was really our only tool for the unhoused before we started treating people in a community court type way, was, I'm sure, less than 10%. And even the young adults that we see in fairly large numbers in our court with quality of life violations don't have a 90% completion rate, certainly not on the first go around. So that is really due a lot to the fact that we have the ability to assist people in completing assignments on the day of court for a lot of the types of assignments, but it's also about the relationships that we build and connections that we make, because people then are willing to come and meet with our homeless navigators on a different date to complete an assignment if necessary. Next slide. So a couple of things that I want to just discuss as remaining challenges. Our court records management system is not built to be a human services management, case management system. So it's not, it's pretty ill suited to that. However, we're hoping to reallocate or repurpose some grant funds to bring on board one of those types of systems so that we can have a really integrated database of the folks that we're serving. One of the big grant limitations that we've run up against more recently is that they prohibit providing grant funded services to participants with certain types of criminal charges in their past. So violent offenders, and there's a very specific definition that's used for that, but it can preclude even somebody who is charged with a violent offense, even if it doesn't result in a conviction. And the only way to find out if the particular violation that the person had in their past qualifies under the grant or not is to actually get the police report and delve into the facts. So it's very arduous to try to even figure that out. Fortunately, at least for substance use and mental health treatment, this won't apply to the transitional housing, but for substance use and mental health treatment, if the person is Medicaid eligible, we can probably provide them that service, accessing that benefit. We also lack a physical site, which we still hope to have at some point in the future, where we can gather a large number of service providers there for people during the court sessions. And that would be open to anybody experiencing homelessness, not just the people who have court cases. And that would then also allow us to have that large coordinating forum for coordinating case management among the different service providers. And then next slide, I was hoping with this next slide to spend a little bit of time sharing a few individual stories. So if you'll indulge me, I'll keep it really brief. And one is a couple that, these are not their real names, by the way, for privacy reasons, but Ann and Carl were referred to us by the homeless outreach team officers. They've been living outdoors in a tent and moving around. They were concerned about them because they were very vulnerable. Ann is 68 and Carl's 51. And they both had underlying health conditions. Our court homeless navigators were the first ones to do the housing assessment. So they put them into the list for housing in the Denver metro region and help them collect the documentation that they would need once they were matched with a housing resource. And because of their vulnerabilities, they were matched pretty quickly. We then put them in bridge housing or transitional housing once they were assigned to a housing resource, so they could stay there until they were able to find an apartment where they could use their voucher. They have now been in that home for a year. We still check in on them periodically, but they're doing really well. A second gentleman who we're calling Chris. Chris had many infractions, over 50, for charges like camping and open container in Boulder over a course of about 15 years. He agreed to work with us towards housing. So again, they got him into onto the regional list for housing, helped him get his documentation together. And when he eventually was assigned a housing resource, they helped move him in, and we do provide follow-up check-ins with people. That's not really part of our job, but we do that because we know that people can quickly destabilize in housing if we're not helping support them. After moving into his apartment, Chris got sober. He's reconnected with his family. He now participates in our advisory council, and he enjoys spending his free time babysitting his grandkids. And then finally, Martha. Martha had recently gotten sober when we encountered her, which was an amazing thing for her to do on her own, living on the streets and camping. We also worked to help her get her documentation together and get her into housing. She eventually did get a voucher and moved into an apartment. She is spending a lot of her time volunteering with Feet Forward, and she's also a participant on our Homeless Advisory Council. So these are just some of the stories, and helps you understand kind of our end game and what we can hope to accomplish with the supports that we provide. And next slide. That's the end of my presentation. The next slide actually just says questions.
Thanks so much for that, Judge Cook. Questions for the judge? I see Bob, you've got your hand up.
Thank you, Judge Cook. That was extremely helpful, and always delighted to have you present to council on a quarterly basis and talk about all the very cool and innovative work that you're doing. Just a couple of questions, Judge Cook. One, you mentioned you had some amazing statistics about the completion rate for tasks and sanctions. Can you give us some examples of some of the sanctions or tasks that are assigned to these individuals?
So some of the ones that are relatively easy to complete are applying for a replacement ID, applying for a Social Security card, applying for SNAP or Medicaid. Those are all things that can be done online thanks to COVID. That we used to have to send people to the local offices to do that. So that's actually been a benefit for us. But once somebody is matched with a housing resource, one of the things that we're doing is we're taking them to different meetings that they need to go to. So they need to do a voucher briefing before they actually get their voucher. And that's with whoever the provider is. Oftentimes it's Boulder Housing Partners, but it could be somebody else. They then need to find a place where they can use that voucher. And sometimes they have supports from, for instance, mental health partners if they're involved, but they don't always. And even if they do, lots of times they are more connected to and are more trusting of our homeless navigators. So it's not unusual for them to help them fill out housing applications, attend to interviews, that type of thing. Once they do find a landlord that will accept their voucher, we're helping them. We're there on move-in day and helping them move in, as is the homeless outreach team generally as well. So, so those are some of the examples. We are, I don't know to the extent to which the county court appreciates this, but for instance, it's not uncommon for us to say, by the way, your sanction in this case is to attend your county court date at this time on this location. And then if they follow through, they're getting credit for that. So there's a wide variety of things we can do, but our primary focus is on the various ways of getting people housed.
Great, thanks, Judge Cook. And then second and final question. I think you mentioned that this was all stood up thanks to a grant that we received, and the only sad thing about grants is they tend to have an end time where the money stops. What is the long-term plan for potentially continuing this after the grant money is exhausted?
So first of all, it is possible with these grants to apply for a one-year extension if you're not going to expend the funds. And we are not going to expend all of our funds by the end of September. And we've been told by the Center for Court Innovation, which plays a role in providing technical assistance to grantees, that they expect these requests to be viewed very favorably, and that every site that was awarded a grant this cycle will be requesting that. So we are more or less planning that we're going to have the funds through September of 2023. After that, you may see us requesting some assistance for this in our budget, depending on if you feel like there's been value in this. That's why, I mean, one of the things about grants is that sometimes they can give you some funds to help prove the worth or not of a particular programming. And so if we're finding that it's been efficacious, you will probably see us asking for some additional funds as part of our budget.
Well, thanks. And that's why I think this type of presentation and the data that you're sharing is so super important, because the fall of 2023 is not far away. As a matter of fact, we'll be working on the 2023 budget here over the next few months. And so I think to the extent that you believe you need funding for the end of 2023 and into 2024, having this information, this data to prove up the efficacy, as you say, of the program is going to be super important. So I look forward to hearing back from you in a couple, 2-3 months about that as we start to plan the 2023 budget. Thank you, Judge Cook.
Thank you.
It's Matt, then Rachel, then Junie.
Well, Judge Cook, thank you for the update on that. It's really helpful, and it looks like the work is just going really well, considering those that are being impacted. So thank you for that. Bob really asked my question with regards to the grant and knowing there's an extension. So I appreciate that we can have an opportunity to fulfill that long term. But I'll transition to a different one, which is, and speaking of sort of spending our own money, as you mentioned that there were some limitations with how to spend the grant. I suspect that once we're liberated from the requirements of the grant and we're funding it ourselves, we can then sort of expand those services and maybe cover some of the limitations that you mentioned were currently present. And so I would just maybe encourage that in submitting a grant, submitting a request for funding, think about those limitations and go big in some of that. And I maybe just provide a comment of, we're also looking at providing a day shelter with navigation services. And so maybe that's a location to have a physical presence for some of this that was clearly a limitation that was mentioned in there. So I think there's some synergies to be had. But thank you so much for what you're doing and the work that the community court has, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're already deep in conversation with people from HHS about co-locating services and even staff.
Rachel and Junie.
It sounds like Bob took Matt's question and then Matt took my question. Basically, I just wanted to make sure that as we're looking at day services and you mentioned that you needed a centralized spot for connections and case management, that it sounds like there would be I was even going to use the word synergy there. So I wanted to make sure that as we set up that working group, that you will be like you're on tap to participate in it and well aware and doing whatever we need to do to hopefully have that synergistic. Sounds like yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks.
Thanks, Junie.
Thank you, Aaron. I just have a quick question. I think you may have answered that question, but it's a bit of a clarification. So I noticed some of the programming you mentioned, paying for IDs, helping someone with IDs and birth certificate. But I'm wondering, is there funding for that, or is the funding for bringing someone in the door, having the staff to support them so that they can apply? But is there funding for them to apply for ID, because an ID do cost money as well?
Yes, so it's not actually from the grant, because we were already getting funding, which is from a very, very small pot of HHS money that's available not just to people who are coming through the courtroom door, but other people who might be walking into the door at the shelter and applying for an ID. But yes, we have those funds.
Thank you.
And Nicole.
Just had a question. Thank you, Judge Cook. And I was just wondering the completion rate of, the tasks that folks are given and what they complete being so high. I was wondering if that's what other cities find as well, or if we can commend you on doing a particularly good job here in Boulder.
Well, all modesty aside, I don't think that's what other cities are finding. And I think that's for a couple of reasons. Number one, we are meeting people where we're at. We're going out into the community to conduct court. And even though we want to have a physical location in the future, we will never give up the mobile aspect of this. It will not be either or, it will be an and. And secondly, what you find in doing this work is it's so relationship based that that's part of the reason that we have the success that we do, is because our navigators, our court clerks, the ones that are in court on a regular basis or out there in the community, they have these relationships. And so without that, I don't think that you could accomplish the same level of completion.
Thank you.
Looks like that's all we've got. Thanks so much, Judge Cook. Your quarterly updates are always illuminating, and I know the new council really appreciated the chance to get some insight into the phenomenal work that you're doing. So thanks as always.
Right. Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Absolutely. All right, so we're going to move now into item 1C, which is a report from the police department with a crime update. And I think we have Chief Harold here to talk to us about that.
Good evening, Mayor Brockett, Mayor Pro Tem Friend, and members of City Council. Tonight, I want to start this presentation differently than I usually do when discussing the quarterly crime update with Council. Every day, I review body-worn camera footage of Boulder police officers responding to community calls for service heroically. The officers demonstrate patience and kindness when responding to complex and challenging community dynamics. I want to share some of these heroic acts with the community and council so you too are aware. I believe the police are in the best position to be our community ambassadors, and in many instances, they are the most visible representatives of our city and government. Often these stories go untold and thus mostly forgotten. So tonight, if you will indulge me, I want to begin this presentation with a story. If you could please go to the presentation and I'll start out. Emily, if you don't mind switching that slide for me. So on February 27th of 2022, this young man that's sitting in the car, his friends called him for an emergency response because their friend had stopped breathing. They knew their friend moments earlier had used fentanyl. The police officers responded, quickly assessed the problem, and administered Narcan. Within seconds, their friend started breathing. His friends were grateful for the quick response and the use of Narcan, and this young man will make a full recovery thanks to the quick response of our officers and responding medical personnel. In 2021, Boulder Police Department officers saved 17 people from drug overdoses, not including CPR and AED measures. Overdose deaths will be higher without the quick response and training required to use new Narcan to save lives. Unfortunately, like many other crimes in 2022, Boulder's numbers will likely be higher because of the drugs like fentanyl flooding Boulder County. Our first responders were dispatched to another apparent overdose incident and saved yet another life just yesterday. So tonight, Dr. Reinhardt will discuss crime trends in Boulder, the state of Colorado, and the nation. Specific crime categories are trending upward, the same as the state of Colorado and some parts of this nation. I wish I could tell you definitively the direct causation for these significant increases. We can tell you that several factors are at play here, and researchers across the country are reviewing numerous correlations. We probably will not know the direct causation for years to come, if at all. One thing is for sure, with every crime reported, there is community harm, and a member of our community suffers as a result. The following list are correlation factors most often cited by criminalists across the country. The unfortunate impacts of this pandemic causing great economic instability, not only in Boulder, but across the state of Colorado and the nation. Unfortunately, officer staffing reductions, are at play here as well. The Boulder Police Department are currently down 14% of its workforce, approximately 27 out of the 190 police officers we have assigned. Unfortunately, police legitimacy factors and police reform movements after the murder of George Floyd are at play. The criminal justice system faces challenges, including trial interruptions and disruptions in social services referrals due to the pandemic. PR bonds and low cash bonds on repeat offenders has been problematic in Colorado for the last few years. There is a tremendous lack of drug addiction services and behavioral health services in not only Boulder County, but the state of Colorado. Also at play are the recent legislative changes as it relates to crime, and there are many in the last few years. And unfortunately, jail restrictions have plagued us for the last couple of years due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide. Thanks, Emily. At this time, I want to introduce our chief data analyst. I am so happy he has decided to join Boulder. He had many opportunities to go elsewhere. So I'm happy he is part of our team. And this is Dr. Daniel Reinhardt. He hails from the Texas State University. His focus was on environmental criminology, or I think as we all know, as crime science. And he was born and raised in Alaska. And he is a very talented young man. And from there, Daniel, it's all yours. Emily, next slide.
Okay. Thanks, Chief, for the introduction. Yeah, my name is Dr. Reinhardt. I'm here to talk about public safety concerns in Boulder today. So I want to start by saying that the crime rate comparisons that we're going to talk about used publicly available data for the U.S. and Colorado through the Colorado Division of Criminal Justice. These data also appear in the Denver Public Safety Executive Summary Report. The FBI also provides publicly available crime data through their Criminal Justice Information Services. After we compare the US, state, and Boulder crime rates, we'll turn to monthly Boulder crime data. So these monthly data are counts, and we present a trend line on each of these slides that includes an average to help indicate whether counts are stable, increasing, or decreasing over time. Lastly, we'll end with some discussion about recent successes that the Boulder Police Department has experienced in targeting crime in Boulder. Next slide, please. On this slide, we present selected violent crime as a rate per 100,000 population. Violent crime includes aggravated assault, murder, robbery, and sexual assault. While Boulder's violent crime rate has historically been lower than the national average, the rate in Boulder has been substantially increasing over the past 9 years from 2013 to 2021. Now, this follows the Colorado state trend, which you'll see there as an orange line compared to the Boulder's blue line. Next slide, please. Here we present selected property crime as a rate per 100,000 population. The property crime here includes burglary, motor vehicle theft, and all theft and larceny offenses. The Boulder crime rates, the property crime rates of Boulder and of Colorado have been greater than the national average for the last several years. The property crime rate in Boulder increased steadily from 2015 to 2018. It dropped in 2019 and then sharply increased in 2020 with a modest decrease in 2021. Next slide, please. The motor vehicle theft rate in Colorado has been greater than the national average every year since at least 2013. And the Boulder motor vehicle theft rate has been greater than the national average for the last few years as well. Now, the Boulder rate appears to mirror the Colorado rate, and both have been substantially increasing from 2013 to 2021. For example, the Boulder rate has approximately quadrupled from 100 motor vehicle thefts per 100,000 residents to just over 400 motor vehicle thefts per 100,000 residents. Next slide. So now we're transitioning to local Boulder data only. Now these are monthly counts of offenses, so they don't consider the population. These data represent assaults, intimidation, robbery, and other crimes specifically targeting individuals. Boulder's experienced an upward trend in person offenses on a monthly basis from 2017 to 2021. and greater fluctuations appeared in June of 2020 to October of 2020, and then again from August 2021 to November of 2021. The greatest peak in this graph in October of 2021 resulted from a surge of assaults and intimidation charges. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we're going to talk about aggravated assault. Aggravated assault and the next slide on robbery are both infrequent events in Boulder, and the Boulder Police Department has been seeing a steady increase in these offenses over time. So the aggravated assault rate has increased over this 5-year period. October of 2021 saw a surge in these. They included numerous felony intimidation charges with a weapon, such as with a knife or a handgun. More than half of these offenses seem to occur from October 20th until the end of the month. Most of these offenses occurred in the late evening or early morning hours, and they commonly occurred outside. Some of these assaults include assaults against law enforcement and first responders. In the first 2 months of this year, there have been assaults against 9 police officers. Next slide, please. So keep in mind here that robbery is a relatively uncommon event in Boulder. And so you'll see the y-axis is a much lower number than some of the other slides we're talking about today. So while it's an uncommon offense, we saw a general increasing trend from 2017 to 2021. And while 2020 and 2021 experienced a greater count of robberies, this should be interpreted cautiously because it's an infrequent event in the city. The greatest count of robberies in a month in June of 2020 didn't appear to be patterned in any way, but the Boulder Police Department has since begun extensive directed patrols in high crime areas where those robberies occurred. Next slide, please. The property crime in Boulder has steadily risen over time during this 5-year period. These property crimes include offenses such as motor vehicle theft, burglary, and vandalism, among others. In 2020 and 2021, we experienced a surge in these offenses, in part due to hundreds of additional identity theft and criminal impersonation charges than was experienced in previous years. Many of these identity theft and impersonation charges are linked to unemployment fraud, government benefits fraud, and tax refund fraud. Now, this increase has been observed nationwide, and there are multiple Federal Trade Commission reports indicating that across the US, 2020 experienced twice as much identity fraud as 2019. Next slide, please. Burglary has experienced an upward trend over time during this 5-year, during what we present is during this 4-year period. Of note, there's a clear break before and after March of 2020, approximately at the midpoint of this graph. Burglaries in 2020 and 2021 fluctuated irregularly compared to what we would have expected given the counts in 2018 and 2019. Next slide, please. Here we disaggregate residential and commercial burglary counts. Commercial burglary, an orange line, is more common than residential burglary, the green line. The third line above both orange and green presents the aggregated burglary count. While commercial and residential burglary fluctuate slightly differently over time, both kinds of burglary appear to have increased in March 2020. Next slide, please. The downtown area in Boulder has regularly been a problem place for burglaries. Burglaries this January continue to be a problem, particularly commercial burglaries, and particularly in downtown Boulder near Pearl Street. There were multiple arrests of serial burglars in late January that we believe are responsible for reducing burglary after those arrests. Among the suspects arrested, many of them admitted to engaging in multiple downtown burglaries. The suspects had burglary tools and stolen property on their person, and they also had ties to persons who fenced stolen goods. The Boulder Police Department has also experienced success with downtown directed patrol activities, particularly along the Pearl Street Mall. Next slide, please. Boulder's motor vehicle theft experienced an upward trend in this 5-year period. The Colorado Auto Theft Prevention Authority Task Force presents information about motor vehicle theft in the Denver metro area. Among their findings for 2021, vehicles appear not to be stolen randomly. That is, some kinds of vehicles appear more likely to be stolen. Older vehicles appear more likely to be stolen than newer vehicles. Similar information has been observed among our recovered vehicles in Boulder. In Boulder last year, 71% of recovered vehicles were made in 2015 or before. Next slide, please. Theft from vehicles and theft of motor vehicle parts experienced an upward trend in this 5-year period. The month with the greatest count of these offenses occurred in December of 2021. These offenses include things like theft of catalytic converters, license plate theft, and theft of personal property inside of vehicles. Next slide, please. This slide presents heat maps, known academically as single kernel density estimation maps of the 3 things: thefts from vehicles and of motor vehicle parts, motor vehicle thefts, and then lastly of stolen vehicle recoveries. Each of these maps are for the entire year of 2021. From left to right, thefts from vehicles and of vehicle parts appear to concentrate along the Table Mesa Park and Ride and also along 28th Street running south to north in Boulder. The middle map, thefts of motor vehicles, while they appeared more dispersed throughout the city, they occurred more frequently in the University Hill area and near Baseline Road and 28th. Lastly, stolen vehicle recoveries were similarly more often found in the University Hill area and near Baseline Road and 28th. Next slide, please. The Boulder Police Department is proactively working with several interagency and multi-jurisdictional groups to address motor vehicle theft issues. The groups that we're a part of right now include the Colorado Auto Theft Prevention Authority, the Beat Auto Theft Through Law Enforcement Task Force, and the Colorado Metropolitan Auto Theft Task Force. Next slide, please. The Colorado Auto Theft Prevention Authority provides information on their website, and they actively increase public awareness in several ways. One of them is with educational materials that they put on social media and in flyers. There are several crime prevention activities that you can do to reduce the likelihood of your vehicle being stolen or things being stolen from your vehicle. Things like locking your doors, don't leave spare keys in your car, and don't leave valuables in plain sight of your windows. Next slide, please. Catalytic converter thefts is another prevalent issue in the city. We try to help reduce this in part through public awareness. The Boulder Police Department has distributed educational materials on this topic, and we have a crime prevention specialist that actively engages with community members to reduce these offenses. When you can, try to park in a garage or in a well-lit area, and if you can, install a car alarm. Next slide, please. Bicycle thefts are on a decreasing trend from 2018 to the end of 2021 and have been the focus of several targeted Boulder City and Denver Metro interventions. Bikes are often stolen because they're suitable targets for crime. That is, bicycles often are visible, are valuable, are accessible, and they're easy to move, especially when they're ridden away from where they're stolen. Next slide, please. The Boulder Police Department was the lead on investigations with partners in the Denver metropolitan area and recently brought charges against 8 people for hundreds of counts of allegedly committing several dozen bike shop burglaries, auto thefts, and attempted burglaries and thefts. The property damage carried out in 2019 and 2020 was approximately $1.5 million, according to the Attorney General's office. Next slide, please. Other BPD efforts and interventions have involved the distribution of informational materials, public awareness campaigns, and consultations with individuals and businesses to instruct persons on crime prevention principles. Ultimately, there are several empowering steps that each person can take to reduce the likelihood of bicycle theft. Next slide, please. So we preemptively received some questions about this presentation that I'd like to answer. Now, some of my answers are complicated. Please email me if you'd like clarifications about any of the concepts I'm about to discuss. In order to understand a full picture of measuring crime, I'm going to be talking about things that require considerations about criminology, demography, geography, and econometrics. On the creation of charts and inferential statistics, the charts presented here are for a general crime update and they're descriptive. By comparison, there are several kinds of inferential statistics that we're currently investigating, and they're technical in ways that warrant more of a report-based format because a presentation during a general crime update, it just might be really confusing. The trend lines presented in the offense charts present, again, descriptive attempts to demonstrate how counts of crime are changing over time. They represent crime incidents. While the Boulder Police Department is currently engaged in research to understand causal claims and to measure effectiveness, establishing causality scientifically is tricky. It requires discussing criteria for causality. It might require talking about Granger causality and related concepts like probabilistic and deterministic principles. On the complications of population-based rates per month, the first few charts present rates using residential population. This was done with Boulder data because it mirrors what was done with state and federal data elsewhere. Annual data for population estimates are more readily available than monthly population estimates. Within population estimates, it's especially complicated because the most accurate approach would probably be to distinguish residential population from ambient population from populations served by the Boulder Police Department. So for understanding's sake, residential population is normally what's used with things like census data or other means. Ambient population estimates pertain to the population actively present in an area, so like a commuter population that doesn't live in Boulder but travels here for work or leisure activities. And the population served by BPD can include individuals outside of Boulder when Boulder assists other agencies, like when we regularly assist the Boulder County Sheriff's Office. Lastly, a brief answer to a complicated problem, establishing best practices for measuring pandemic relevant effects. So we're currently looking into the most appropriate ways of measuring the effect of the pandemic on crime. There are several criminology studies that have concluded differences in crime before and after March of 2020. Many have found crime increased, but they often measure this in many different ways. Within time series analysis, I'm personally interested in looking into this with seasonal autoregressive integrated moving average models. They're also known as ARIMA and SARIMA models. It depends on things like frequencies by unit of analysis, stationary considerations, and whether data transformations are necessary. Within structural equation modeling, I'm also looking to see whether path analysis modeling would provide a clearer picture of the direct and indirect effects of the pandemic. So understanding the pandemic effect is difficult for a bunch of reasons that I'll just talk briefly about. One of them is that the pandemic has involved multiple strains of varying contagiousness and illness severity. A second reason is that the pandemic seems to have changed things that in turn changed crime. For example, the pandemic affected people's routine activities, different kinds of work policies, quarantines, university policy, staffing issues with first responders, and so forth. Next slide, please. So safety data can be complicated. I put my email on this slide. Please let me know if I can help clarify anything about crime or criminology. For example, crime is often underreported, but it's variably underreported and it often requires victim surveys to understand that. Thank you for your time, and now we'll respond to any questions.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Appreciate the presentation. And do we have any questions for Daniel or Maris? See, Rachel is first.
Thanks for that presentation. And Daniel, welcome to Boulder. We met a couple weeks ago. Thanks for being here. So just wanted to get some clarification on a couple of the categories. I think you said it, but can you remind us what is the definition of a violent crime that fell into one of those earlier slides?
Absolutely. So the crime rates, when I compare Boulder to the state and the nation, those violent crimes include aggravated assault, murder, robbery, and sexual assault.
Thanks. And for something like sexual assault, I don't think I saw that in the slides or in the packet, it doesn't look like each of those categories got a slide. So can you explain sort of what that does show? Like if all of them went up and then we highlighted a couple, like aggravated assault, did some of them go down or okay, I guess, can you just elaborate on that?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I aggregated the crimes in the way that I did because of the other reports that were put out. And so for space reasons, we haven't talked about every kind of crime. For example, in NIBRS, there are over 30 kinds of crime. And so we try to be selective about it. Sexual assault from 2017 to 2021 has been relatively stable. And it's also a relatively rare occurrence in Boulder. So similar to like robbery, for example, sex offenses don't tend to be more than like 5 to 10 per month, but it's obviously variable in that time frame.
Okay, so I guess I was just trying to figure out like why robbery and not sex assault when both are sort of low numbers, and any way to shed light on that?
Yeah, so I would say that generally they were done for space reasons, but upon request, I'm more than happy to include sexual assault concerns in the data during that 5-year period.
Okay. Well, I think that, you know, when we think about violent crimes, especially as women, that's one that is a top of mind concern for many people. Okay. And then I guess I'll just ask the same question about the property crimes, which like how many are total and how many were included or excluded from the chart?
Yeah. So the crime rate with property crime, those include, for the earlier slide, burglary, motor vehicle theft, and all theft and larceny. And I should say the Boulder specific property crimes are broader with more categories included. And it's for the similar reason. The earlier ones that were considering rates, I was trying to make the comparisons as equal as possible to the rates that are presented in the Denver Executive Summary Report. And so that's why for the earlier rate for property crime, we just list burglary, motor vehicle theft, and all theft as they did. While the later property offenses, we talk about more of them. Part of it comes down to an aggregation issue. And so this is an example of how crime data are difficult when we're talking about comparisons. And so when we think about the way that crimes are classified, they're classified differently under a uniform crime report standard versus a NIBRS standard, the National Incidence-Based Reporting System standard. And those two classification standards are still different from Colorado laws. And so there might be 7 kinds of burglary, and then they're both aggregated in different ways to understand residential burglary and commercial burglary. And so like, these are absolutely good questions. And I hope that I'm helping to answer them and also clarify that some of this requires more time than a 20-minute presentation. And I'm happy to provide that.
I appreciate that. And I guess one thing I want to be careful about is, you know, all the slides that we're showing or most of them are crime rates that are going up. And I assume that there are, you know, I guess bicycles maybe we're going down, but not a lot. And so I don't want us to be highlighting just the ones that are going up. If there are some within those categories that are going down, you know, I think that we could be frightening people, you know, or inflaming if we're only highlighting the upward trend. So I just want to make sure to understand kind of how we're picking which ones get their own slides and what pieces we're pulling out. And so I guess just to finish up that thought, the person offense, what falls under that category? And was there anything left out of that? Because that was another one that was going way up.
Yeah, so person offenses, it includes generally 8 or 9 kinds of offenses. Within those 8 or 9 kinds of offenses, it includes things like murder, non-negligent manslaughter, assaults of different kinds, so like simple assaults and aggravated assaults, different kinds. I said intimidation, technically they're called menacing, different kinds of robbery and other crimes of that nature, sort of specifically targeting individuals. So sexual crimes would fall within that, generally speaking.
Okay, so some of that then is, yeah, I guess kind of shown in two different ways, because a lot of that would be included under violent crime as well, yeah, or at least the first couple categories that you mentioned. Okay, those are all my questions for now. Thanks for clarifying that.
If I could just jump in too, first of all, the majority of crimes are seeing increases. It's the ones that have remained stable are sexual assaults, and some of the disorderly crimes that we see, quality of life crimes, because of bar closures and so forth over the last couple of years. But our intention is not to frighten the community all with this presentation. My intention is to be transparent and accountable to this community about crime and how it's impacting this community. And we are seeing significant community harm because of crime. And that is my intention, is to be transparent. So that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to clarify that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Junie and then Tara.
Thank you so much. And I actually want to say that I do appreciate Rachel's comment about, ensuring that we're highlighting where, either crimes have gone down or there's a reduction, because I think it's a bit alarming that, Police Chief Maris, you came to give a presentation and it's mostly about how crime is going up. I'd love to hear about, where crime has either gone down or how things have improved as well, because I would imagine that's also part of the work that you do in the community. I just have a quick question about, you were talking about crimes, and I wanted to know if that also encompasses CU properties, meaning the CU campuses.
No, thank you for the question, Councilmember Junie. And again, I do not want anybody here or the community to think that I am only reporting on bad things. The crimes that we've had significant impacts with were accounted for in this presentation. And so and so your second question was that about CU property, and they have their own crime data. They are their own jurisdiction and they have their own crime stats. The exciting part of that is we've entered into an MOU so we can share data back and forth, because obviously these trends remain pretty consistent on CU's campus. And Daniel mentioned routine activities theory. Some of the offenders obviously use both CU's property and Boulder's property to commit crimes. So it's important that we're both aware of our crime trends and we're talking regularly on that. And our databases are set up to understand these crime patterns and routine activity theories of these offenders. Does that answer your question, Councilmember Joseph?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tara and then Mark.
We did have some good news. The bicycle crimes went down and our police officers saved lives. So there's some good news right there. And so the first thing I want to do is thank the police officers. Really, my dream is, my big dream, my big dream is for the police officers, for the police department to work together and partner with the community so we can have a better place to live. And I want to thank you, Police Chief Harold, because I feel like that's really at the crux of what you want. You want to make our police department better. You are giving them DEI training and all the different things that are so important to so many of us. And I think I just want to say thank you. We appreciate it and how much you care. So that's the first thing I want to say. The second thing is I feel like it's always better to live in reality. So if there is an increase in crime, we need to know about it. Why? Because there's a lot of crimes of opportunity. We need to lock our cars. Don't ever leave your car open ever. I've gone on to Nextdoor and somebody always writes 30 seconds. I left my car on for 30 seconds. Don't ever. You can be cold in your car. So all these different opportunities to make ourselves safer are really important for the community. And we need to know how to be safer, and that we need to make sure that we do what we can to be safer. So I did want to mention that. And I want to give you a special thanks, because a year or so ago, it seemed like all was lost for bicycles. I was pretty depressed about it. I know a lot of people were, and we've come a long way. So I'm excited to see what your plan is going to be for all the other trending upward crimes, especially, let's say, catalytic converters and motor vehicle theft. I do have one question, actually, believe it, not just my little speech of yay, the police. And that is, I was a little disturbed by the Table Mesa Park and Ride. Tell us what we can do. What can you do? What can we do? How can we change that trend? A lot of people, especially in South Boulder, East Boulder, park there. And if we're going to make a dent in our transportation goals, that's an important place.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much, Councilmember Weiner. I appreciate your comments. And yeah, the park and ride in all locations in Boulder are problematic, and we're working with the management team out of Denver. You can tell if you look at the park and ride at Table Mesa, it is completely structured differently than some of the other ones up along the 36 corridor, mostly because they have taken great measures with crime prevention through environmental design tactics on those. And they are slow to respond to the Table Mesa with additional lighting. But we are working in close collaboration with them to improve some of these issues that we've identified. I can tell you our officers have been down there putting out crime prevention leaflets, putting crime pamphlets on people's cars to alert them that we do have serious issues, especially at that one as it relates to motor vehicle theft and catalytic converter theft. So we are hopeful that we continue to work, and they have their own police department too, so they can provide additional patrols as well. But I'm confident that we continue to work with them and they start making improvements on that building to stop some of this motor vehicle theft and catalytic converter theft. I hope that's helpful.
And then my last question is, I agree with Rachel, sexual assault is extremely scary. I know it's one of the scariest things for me. So tell me, in the different park and rides and in the parking garages, how is it? Is it not any worse there? I think women probably want to know.
We do not have, I cannot remember at any point that we had a sexual assault at one of the park and rides. That was reported. But the lighting there needs to be improved, and there needs to be some crime prevention mechanisms in place that just need to be improved at that building. And so we're confident within the year we'll get some of those improvements going in the right direction.
Thanks, Mark, then Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Reinhardt, and thank you, Chief. Obviously, I prefer other news, but I appreciate the candor and transparency that you showed in sort of giving it to us directly and without any effort to escape the reality of where we are. I actually only have two questions. The first is really very minor, but I just need to know, Mr. Reinhardt, why are criminals targeting older cars? That does not, it seems counterintuitive.
Again, causality is difficult. I have two hypotheses that I've been talking to the command staff about at the Boulder Police Department. One of them is that older vehicles are less likely to have auto theft prevention devices installed. A second hypothesis is that there are differences in how motor vehicle thefts are charged. And so that in part is based on the value of vehicles. And so it could, like a hypothesis is that older vehicles are of less value, and so they're charged differently when they're stolen. Those are two hypotheses that we've been talking about, but we don't really know definitively.
Okay. My other question is for the chief. One of the elements that you listed as impeding our ability to get after to lower some of these crime statistics is the large number of vacancies that you're currently experiencing on staff. Is there any light at the end of the tunnel with respect to that? Can you give a projection as to whether or not you're going to be able to fill those vacancies, or what the timetable might be for doing so? And again, light at the end of the tunnel. Is there any?
Thank you so much for that question. And I'll be more than happy to provide a full staffing update in the future if you want. I do think there's light at the tunnel. I do think Deputy Chief Weinheimer is on this call, and he's been doing a remarkable job with our public information officer, doing some innovation to attract people to Boulder. And so I think that by this time next year, we'll be in better shape. We've got officers scheduled for academies. We're running testing right now. So to be brief right now, yes, there's light at the end of the tunnel, but I will just offer that I meet weekly with chiefs from across the state of Colorado. It is extremely hard to recruit for police officers right now. And we are doing a lot of innovation around this issue to get people to want to come here. And we're offering lateral bonuses to people that come from other agencies in the state of Colorado. So our numbers are going to improve. It's also retaining the officers that we have has been problematic. And I don't know if Deputy Chief Weinheimer is on here, if he wants to add to that as well. But I think it's worthwhile a further discussion on this.
Sure, Chief. Evening, Council. Kerry Weinheimer, Deputy Police Chief. I'll just add a couple of comments. Chief's right. It's extremely difficult to recruit new officers right now. In our current process, we have about 50 some applicants. Historically, going back a few years, we could have several hundred. And it's a local trend. It's a national trend. Our goal is to hire 24 to 25 officers a year. In 2021, we hired 27. That said, we're now sitting on 27 vacancies. And don't forget that it takes almost a year from the time we post a process, hire an officer with no experience, and get them out on the street on their own. So there is that lag time that we're always going to be facing. We're trying to hire more lateral officers, but so is every other agency. So I think we're going to turn the corner. If we slow down the attrition rate and are able to hit our targets of 24, 25 a year, I think in a couple of years we'll be caught up.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Those are my questions.
And
yeah, go ahead, Chief.
I just want to comment because Councilmember Wallach really brought up a great point that I follow. You brought up the price of cars and the older model cars, and I think this speaks volumes to who's being harmed by these crimes. And unfortunately, the older model cars are not worth as much, and therefore the Colorado state law does not have the same consequences for those types of crimes. So the offenders know that. We've interviewed offenders, they say that. But unfortunately, think about if you were a single mother driving a 1992 Toyota Corolla and your car gets stolen. It has significant community harm to that. And so it's a great point, Councilmember Wallach. It's something that I'm passionate about, education on these issues, because who are the real victims of this type of crime? And it is not people that are driving expensive cars. They're bypassed for these lower level type of cars. So I just wanted to add that. Thanks for the question, Councilmember Wallach.
Thank you for the answer. Appreciate it.
Lauren, then Nicole, then Bob.
Thank you. As I appreciated having the presentation on this, updated information. I think, like a number of other people, some of the trend lines are clearly troubling. I think there's also a question in my mind of, given the same data, if I were, looking through it, if I would come up with the same trend lines. And so I think that's why I have a lot of questions sort of around how we got there and what this shows. So I think, first of all, I'm really interested to know when this more complex analysis you spoke of might be coming in front of us, because I think that could be really enlightening.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, is that a question you'd like me to? It seems like
when is that report? When should we expect to see that?
Yeah, so there's many things that I discussed throughout the presentation. And so there's different kinds of analyses for different kinds of problem solving. we like to use sort of a situational crime prevention approach where we consider specific offenses in specific places, because we're likely to find, we're likely to measure appreciable differences when we do that. It's hard to target all crime in the entire city because crime happens differently in different places. To answer your question sort of more succinctly, it kind of depends on the problem, but it's something that we're interested in doing very quickly. It's something we're interested in doing soon. And then sort of how the format for that develops, we'll have to discuss going forward. If it's a written report or something of that nature.
Okay, thank you. I think there is information that I'd like to see included here. Rachel asked a lot of great questions around sort of what categories each one of these slides includes in terms of types of crime. And in the future, is that something that you guys could include across the board for these types of slides?
Yes, yeah, that going forward, it's something that we could have it on the slide. Yeah, if that would be helpful.
That would be really helpful.
Of course, yeah.
And Councilmember Folkerts, just to let you know, a lot of this information is readily available on our community dashboard. It's just, if you want to come in and we could have somebody give you a tutorial, I think it's fascinating, and same type of trend lines. I mean, there's a lot of information on that community dashboard.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I think that we have a lot of data around what kinds of crimes are happening. I'd also be really interested to know sort of on the part that, in my opinion, we can control a little more, in terms of the police department itself. Like, do we have data on response times? Like, could we see response times across 5 years to see how that's relating to some of these, relating with these other numbers that we're seeing? And then also time allocation, like how much of the department time is being spent responding to particular kinds of crime. I think that would be interesting to know as well. Would it be possible to include data like that?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, I'm glad you asked that. We just got done doing a complete staffing and workload analysis for the police department. That's going to be part of our master plan process. What's interesting is calls for service have remained steady for the past 10 years, but the complexity of the calls for service have changed dramatically. And we most certainly will be sharing that data with you as part of another presentation, I hope, as part of the master plan process by Dr. Troy Payne, who did that analysis for us. And it's interesting, especially if you have any historical perspective as it relates to Boulder. The findings are really interesting. So yes, we can most certainly get you all of that information as well, Councilmember Folkerts.
Thanks, that would be great. That's it for now for my questions.
Thank you.
Nicole and then Bob.
Thank you. I just want to echo everybody's thanks for this presentation. I also wanted to thank you for putting out information as to how we in the community can try to help you all and help prevent crime. I'm just going to echo some of those things for the community. Once again, it's just so important. Use U-locks on your bikes, lock your car doors, don't leave keys in your car, as convenient as that sometimes seems to be a place for spare keys. All of these things will help us all lower crime in our community. So thank you for doing that. I know the thefts and things at Table Mesa Park and Ride in my area of town have been particularly of concern for those of us that like to park there when we when we do travel, not pandemic, but to go to the airport. So thank you for all your efforts there. And I really just want to just thank you all for putting together so much of this data. I know that this has been a big area for you, Chief Harold, just trying to wrangle all of this information and get it into a way that we can interpret it and understand it. Speaking of people taking questions, Lauren kind of took one of my questions, but I just want to restate it here. Understanding the statistical significance of those trends that are potentially in the data, I think is absolutely critical. And, you know, when I look at those graphs, right, there's a lot of variability. And I know Chief Harold, we've talked about this, about how there's seasonal variability and the pandemic had an impact in all of this. The variability in those graphs is really large, and the sort of the trends that we're seeing are much smaller. And so I think it really is critical for us in thinking about what is happening in our community with regard to crime over time, and where are we now in a broader context. It's really important that we have those numbers and that information. So Dr. Reinhardt and Chief Harold, it would be wonderful to have that as soon as possible, just to get, you know, what is the statistical significance of what we're seeing, because I think it'll also, I know we're not talking policy tonight, but I think it'll help us as council think about, you know, where are places that we can, you know, impact on crime more, right? If we know that certain things are statistically significant and others, you know, may just be natural variability, I think that, you know, helps us get just a picture and an understanding of what's going on. So, you know, for me, just looking at some of those analyses of the trends would be incredibly valuable for really understanding what's going on here. And I want to just, for the benefit of the community, I'm not questioning the data at all, right? What I am just wanting us to be really sensitive to is that descriptive statistics don't actually tell us whether things are kind of the degree to which things are changing over time. We can't draw, you know, these conclusions that, you know, wow, crime is increasing so much in the city by looking at, you know, a few years worth of data without having some statistics. And I think that it's likely that some of those trends are significant. It would just be nice to know that. And I mean significance in a statistical significance sense, not in a impact of crime on people. Everybody who is impacted by crime, it is significant, you know, for them. So I don't mean to dismiss that. I just think it's going to help us as we're thinking about getting a picture in our city.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Dr. Spear, and I couldn't agree with you more. And I'm hoping you come in and we figure this out together, because we all are in this together, right? And you know what you said is so powerful to me, that once you're a victim of a crime, and this is so true with even property crime, you are never the same. And we do know that through research. So the more that we work together on reducing community harm, the better the vitality and the livability of this city. So I couldn't agree with you more, Dr. Spear.
Thanks, Nicole. Bob, and then Matt.
Wow, what a great partnership. We've got a super geeky police department, and I say that in the most complimentary way. We've got a super geeky city council. So what a wonderful marriage. Chief, thanks so much to you and Dr. Reinhardt and Deputy Chief for bringing us all these great statistics. As has been said before, some of the stories are not happy stories. They're part of local and regional and national trends. And I know you're trying to get to the bottom of it, but we appreciate very much the transparency that you bring to all of this. And I know it's even more difficult with being down 14%. And I know you're all working super hard in a very competitive environment to get staff up to full strength. All the questions that I had have already been asked, but I just have one question, which I always ask, Chief, to you and to, I've asked through the years to your predecessors. You know, we're of course only a legislative body, and so there's a limitation on what we can do, but the two things we can do are provide you with the laws that you need and provide you with the budget that you need. Now, no, last year you did come to us and ask for a law change on a particular matter, and you asked for some budget relief, and we gave you both of those. And so my question tonight is the same question I always ask, Chief, which is, do you need any law changes, and do you need any budget adjustments?
No, and thank you so much, Councilmember Yates. I really appreciate the support. I'll be just really honest. I don't need neither. I just need the support of this council moving forward. These are very challenging times. You know, we're going to impact crime and disorder. There's no doubt about it. But this is very unusual times in this country, and Boulder's not immune to those trends. And so we're going to move forward. We're going to impact crime and disorder. And I just need your support. And we are doing a lot of good work in the Boulder Police Department. And we're working with the city manager's office to increase our numbers because policing does matter. It matters a lot. And so I just look forward to working with you all about these very important issues to this community. So thank you very much, Councilmember Yates.
Thank you, Chief, and you do have my support.
Thank you.
Great, Matt, and then I'll wrap us up.
Well, thanks, Chief, for presenting this, and thanks, Daniel. We appreciate just the information, and it's helpful to get this, certainly as a new council member, to get kind of this initial sort of review of where we're at, and sort of hopefully we can go from there. To sort of follow up on Bob's, the geekdom that is incumbent on this call. I mean, it seems like there's been this sort of Vulcan mind meld because almost all the questions I had written down were answered by all my colleagues. But it does leave sort of one piece that I want to follow up with Nicole a little bit, just speaking about the data, is I think getting the initial data about these individual crimes over time is really important. I think the next evolution is starting to look at the causal relationships over other societal indicators as a function of those things. And I think that's a great next step. One thing that I'm interested of is, like, with regards to robbery or motor vehicle theft, where are we compared to comparable cities around the country? Are we higher? Are we lower? Are we just playing catch up to what is a nominal amount of that crime? Not acceptable, but what is considered nominal for a 100,000 person community with a college town. So, like, those are things like I just don't know the answer. Are we twice that rate? Are we half? So those sorts of extra pieces, I think, really build the context around the data, which I think builds on a little bit of what Nicole was saying. Is it's hard to sort of see it individually, but the context and the sphere of that causal relationships is really helpful. So I'm hopeful we can build on that, because that'll give me a better understanding of where we can impact in policy that couples with some of the policing and the law enforcement work you're doing to make those broader impacts in our community.
Agreed, sir.
All right. Well, I think that wraps us up. So thanks again very much, Chief Harold and Dr. Reinhardt. Welcome. Appreciate the analysis. My colleagues did ask every possible question that I could have had. The follow-up information was great. So I'll echo the thanks of everyone, and also looking forward to some of the additional information that was requested. I thought those were some great requests from some of my colleagues to dive a little deeper into these numbers and what we can infer from them. So look forward to that additional information over time as well.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thanks so much again. And brings us to the end of item 1C. And Alicia, I believe it's time for open comment.
And you are correct, sir.
Great. Ryan, do you want to start us out by reading out our guidelines?
Will do. Absolutely. Thank you, Emily, for bringing up those slides. And thank you to all of the members of the community here joining us this evening. All right, Emily, we're seeing, okay, now all the blocks are gone. Looks clear. Thank you. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision does support physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. Next slide, please. And the following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code, and these will be upheld during this meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. And participants will sign up using their full names, and audio testimony is only allowed at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Ryan. Our first three speakers are Sherry Hack, Christopher Centeno, and Patrick Murphy. You have 2 minutes each.
Hi, City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Sherry Hack. I'm a 20-year plus resident of Boulder. I wanted to talk about a couple of things tonight. First of all, I would like to request that when people at open comment for City Council, that people identify themselves as to whether or not they're Boulder residents, and I would really prefer that only Boulder residents can speak at open comment. Okay, my next topic, I wanted to talk about equity, and I looked up equity in my dictionary, in my 2 dictionaries. Equity means the quality of being fair or impartial. It also refers to law, a system of jurisprudence or a body of doctrines and rules developed to serving to supplement and remedy the limitations and inflexibility of common law, an equitable right or claim. Equitable treatment of all citizens, i.e. law, and the antonym means unfair, unjust, and unrequital, biased, and prejudiced. We all know this, but I wanted to look it up because I feel there is a bias and prejudice in Boulder when it comes to policies that do not ensure the right of Boulder citizens to safety and security in our public spaces. Priority appears to be given to those who break the law and keep on committing repeat offenses in our city. Thank you, Chief Harold, for and Dr. Reinhardt for an excellent presentation. And it was very interesting to me to hear City Council's reactions. And there seemed to be a lot of cheering for the fact that bike theft has gone down. Well, it went up before it went down. Maybe there's no more bikes to steal. Little tongue in cheek there. But also there seemed to be a little bit of a lot of cheering for the fact that sexual assault is rather low, and that's great. But what I heard was that there's 5 to 10 of those a month, and that's one of our lowest statistics. And at 5 or 10 a month, that means there's one every 3 to 6 days. And to me, that doesn't seem acceptable either. There was a lot of talk about what we can do to bring the crime rates down. One thing we could do is open the jail. Another thing we could do is stop releasing criminals out on the street with tickets and stop re-releasing them into the community. And also, to be honest, I heard a lot of victim blaming when City Council was talking about the presentation by Dr. Reinhardt. Just because someone leaves their car unlocked or doesn't lock their bike with a U-lock doesn't mean that they're responsible for the crime happening or that they could have even prevented it. I mean, yeah, you shouldn't leave your car unlocked, but that doesn't mean you deserve to have your car stolen. I mean, I see unlocked cars. I see people leaving their purses in the car. I see people leaving their purses in shopping carts in the grocery store, but I don't steal. So, the chief spoke of community harm. I have been a victim of crime. Panhandler threatened to shoot me when I wouldn't give him money back in 2020. He was released back out on the street. I heard that he was again panhandling at McGuckin's parking lot. Fairly recently, I did call the police, and I also posted about it on Nextdoor. And I'll never forget one person's reaction to me on Nextdoor was, well, he seems like a really nice guy. And I'm thinking, yeah, till he threatens the next person.
Sherry, I apologize. We lost our visible timer, but I'm pretty sure you're over.
I can't see the timer. I apologize. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for listening.
All right, can we get that timer back up for the next speaker, please? And that next speaker is Christopher Centeno, followed by Patrick Murphy and Julie McCabe.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, can you just give us a moment? Oh, there's the timer. Okay, Christopher, go ahead.
Okay, I'll start. I'm a Boulder homeowner, but I'm witnessing a lot of longtime neighbors selling their homes and moving elsewhere. And I really think that's because Boulder has not been able to control crime. All policies towards criminal activity must first protect the public. The problem with Boulder's existing approach are policies that protect criminals over the public, what I call the get out of jail free card. That revolving door lets criminals harm the public and they get right back out to reoffend. So who are the repeat offenders? First, we have the hardcore criminal element that's basically laughing all the way to the bank. The thought that this crew can somehow be retrained to get a $25 an hour job is not tenable. They can make big bucks boosting a few cars a week and flipping those to the local gangs. Then we have the petty theft crew, where there are just zero consequences. Just read the police reports and you continuously see police stopping transients from somewhere else with multiple open warrants and stolen property in their possession. They get a new ticket, which they throw in the trash. Finally, we have a seriously addicted encampment crowd. They steal to support a habit or at high risk for being violent and unpredictable. Our local police reports are full of this group terrorizing Boulder citizens. Assault and felony menacing have grown to be common, and home invasions are now a thing. What protects most Boulderites from all of this? The thankless job of the Boulder Police Department and Chief Harold. However, their hands have been tied by jail reform being pushed by the City Council, the municipal judges and prosecutors, and the county sheriff. The solution? Stop the silly get out of jail free card. That concept only works when playing the game of Monopoly. It does not work in the real world, as you just heard from Chief Harold. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. We have Patrick Murphy, Julie McCabe, and Lynn Siegel.
I'm waiting for the timer. My name is Patrick Murphy. I've lived in Boulder 52 years. This presentation is about Boulder climate action continuing to ignore wind source and RECs. My previous presentations proved that the utility occupation tax is a carbon tax, and that over time, Boulder has collected over $88.2 million in carbon taxes, and more than half of that was never used for real carbon reduction. And the $4 million of carbon tax that is collected each year and not used for carbon reduction could enable all Boulder residences and businesses to be 100% renewables today using wind source incentives. Not once has anyone mentioned wind source incentives in any of the XL partnership meetings. Renewable energy certificates, also known as RECs, have been denigrated by Boulder, and that's ludicrous. RECs stimulate the renewables industry, and we should be buying them directly now to meet our climate goals. On January 10th, Carolyn Elam made the following ludicrous statement, quote, "A renewable energy certificate or attribute that doesn't come from emissions reduction or displacement of fossil fuel doesn't meet the criteria of our community," end quote. There is no such thing as a REC that doesn't do both. Each REC represents 1 megawatt of renewable electricity, period. The denigration of RECs is an ongoing propaganda relic of the failed Muni effort. Is the critical flaw of the climate tax for residential users missing the fact that all those with solar or wind source will pay nothing or a small fraction of the tax? Many users in the future could buy a wind source and pay a fraction of the still regressive tax, and the rest would have an ever-increasing tax burden. Carolyn Elam admitted that 50% of the cap tax was spent on personnel. Is this new tax mostly for paychecks or carbon reduction? Thanks.
Thanks, Patrick. Julie McCabe, Lynn Siegel, and I believe Michelle Rodriguez is not in the meeting. So Darren O'Connor after that.
Can you hear me? Good. Greetings. Thank you for your attention. I'm Julie McCabe and I live on Arapahoe Avenue. And I've emailed these questions to City Council members. State law directs police to issue misdemeanor summonses to persons in possession of less than 4 grams of Schedule 1 and 2 drugs with diversion, which means no jail, via county drug court sentences for probation, rehabilitation, and community service. Are Boulder police issuing these summonses in significant numbers? If yes, will the city publish data including number of summonses issued, the incident location, diversion rendered by the county court, and if the diversion was successfully completed? If the answer is no, police aren't writing a significant number of summonses for possession of less than 4 grams of drugs. Why not? To be clear, after my talking with police, city bureaucrats, and Boulder County legislatures and looking at available records, my concern is these summonses are not being written by the police, and therefore no diversionary sentences for drug addicts are occurring as contemplated by state statute. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Julie. Lynn Siegel, Darren O'Connor, and Katie Lear.
I went to testify at the Capitol against modular nuclear reactors, and I got a window. At the state Capitol, I got a window. It's been 2 years, you know, like, what doesn't this community get about this? And 2 minutes, we have 45 minutes. We have more people in Boulder now than ever, and 3 minutes each is just fine, especially when you're less than 45 minutes. So please, I don't want to implore you or beg you, you know, but this just makes practical sense. The costs in this community are going up. Medicare just went up $21.60 a month. My water bill just went up $15 a month starting October. My utility bill has gone way up. We do need to municipalize. So far as Boulder strong, you know, Boulder strong, Boulder is not strong. You know, the fire, we aren't strong against the fire. We aren't strong against a serial shooter that came here from Syria when he was 3 years old in terrible conditions over there. And, you know, now we've got a world war coming on us. So I just wonder if people could be more curious. Like, do you know anything about Victoria Nuland and how she did a coup in Ukraine in 2014? Like, find out about these things, because it's more than just another, you know, communist.
I apologize, your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. Michelle Rodriguez is signed up, but I don't believe she's here. We'll check back again at the end of the list. So Darren O'Connor, Katie Lear, and Yoav Monjak.
Hi, Council. Darren O'Connor. I'm speaking on behalf of the NAACP Boulder. Boulder Police Department recently publicly released data on officer use of force shortly before it was required to do so under the settlement agreement with Mr. Lawrence. This came due to Mr. Lawrence's pain and suffering and shouldn't be called transparency. Tonight's crime data, in conjunction with the data provided in the settlement with Mr. Lawrence, which included the number of officers on patrol each month, provided a rare opportunity to assess whether the number of officers on patrol has an impact on rates of crime. And the outcome, council members, per the email I shared and the graph I provided showing the data analysis, is that there is essentially no correlation between the number of officers on patrol and crime rates. The rate of crime is the same if 98 officers are on patrol or 122. That's a significant difference in number of officers of 25%. It would be foolish to take my word for this based on only 2 years of data. I believe it is your duty to look further into this and release more data from BPD. It is apparent that we really may not need the 26 more officers the chief is attempting to hire. I also want to share that Shay Castle wrote about the use of force data and shared that Chief Harold, in selling ICAT to council, bemoaned the lack of a mechanism to red flag police officers engaged in patterns of behavior that are not desirable. The chief's claim is on its face false. With the information the city and police released under the settlement, it's clear the data is there. Officer Lolatai in that data stood out like a sore thumb for using force nearly 10 times as often as the average officer. It's time for real transparency and sharing of information about all of our officers, and it is clear that that's possible. The mechanism Chief Harold is bemoaning a lack of is transparency. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Darren. Next, next we have Katie Lear, Yoav Monjak, and Shelby Picard-Dennis.
If your mic is now open, you'll want to press *6 to unmute yourself on the phone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't see my timer.
There's the timer.
Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah, so I have to open by saying I was pretty astounded at the comments on Ukraine. While I feel very sorry for the people of Ukraine, I feel a whole lot more sorry for the people of Boulder who are living in a crime wave that, as I listened to the presentation by Chief Harold and the PhD Reinhardt, you guys all seem to be in a state of disbelief at what you have created. I mean, it's really rather shocking. I've written to most of you. In the past, I've only gotten a response from Bob Yates. He's the only one who ever had the courtesy or decency to respond. So what I've learned as a member of this community is that local government is supposed to be responsive. You guys are not responsive. You are not paying attention to how upset the people of Boulder are. You're sitting here quibbling with Chief Harold over the statistics and the data. She's 14% down in police force. I didn't hear one question from any of you about how you're going to replace her police force. I had an employee who had his truck stolen, all his tools, and then I have to see a presentation by Judge Cook telling about the great policies you've done to help the people, some of whom are creating these crimes. So what are you going to do for the citizens of Boulder? I would like to hear a rigorous conversation about what your plan is to protect the people who live in Boulder, who pay your salaries, some of whom voted for you. I did not vote for you. Having said that, I'd like to hear a rigorous conversation on what good the people in Colorado have gotten from the law that reduced the holding of narcotics to a misdemeanor. What good has this done? I'll answer it for you. It has spiked the crime in Colorado and in Boulder. You guys caused it. You need to fix it. You owe us that. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Next, we have Yoav Monjak and Shelby Picard-Dennis and Edwin Zoe.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. My name is Yoav Monjak, and I've been part of the hospitality community in Boulder for the past 16, almost 17 years. And today I'm speaking on behalf of the Colorado Restaurant Association of the Boulder chapter. I know that we're jumping the gun a little bit because you have a study session for the upcoming patio expansion, but we figured might as well reach out to you a little bit ahead of time. It is no secret that the restaurant industry has suffered greatly in the past 2 years due to COVID pandemic, not only through restrictions and regulations, but also through an increase of cost of operations, supply chain issues, and labor shortages. Therefore, the CRA, along with the Boulder restaurant community, largely support the continuation of expanded outdoor dining and implores the City Council to use the ARPA dollars to support the program. We know that downtown specifically, but the hospitality restaurant industry as a whole is a vibrant part of our city and what really attracts tourism here and what support retail in downtown. So we at the CRA would like to advocate for a long-term vision with the understanding that the restaurant and hospitality industry aren't looking for a handout, but rather a partnership to steer our industry back to healthy business practices. We would like for you to consider, as you are entering your study session on March 8th, that expanding the patio serves as a lifeline for restaurants during the worst 2 years in living memory, providing extra revenues and a way to keep our staff employed. We need this program available for restaurant community without incurring new additional costs through at least October of 2022 in order for us to use these revenues as an effective economy to recovery. The idea in general is that what we are advocating for is to allow us to continue the current program while you keep on debating on a long-term solution, so we can actually plan ahead for the expenditures that are about to come. And please consider using federal funds in order to support this program and make it affordable and accessible for
Yes,
restaurants.
I'm afraid your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. I know Shelby Picard Dennis, Edwin Zoe, and Jay Alowski.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Shelby, and I'm a resident of Boulder and a student at the University of Colorado Law School. I'm commenting in support of Resolution 1301, which concerns a site I had an opportunity to visit, along with all other affordable housing efforts. There's a clear need for affordable housing in Boulder, where the cost of living is already high and COVID has exacerbated the issue. State and national actions to increase affordable housing options in light of these recent events further demonstrate the magnitude of this crisis. For instance, the state of Colorado has proposed to dedicate $400 million of federal relief funds to affordable housing. Thus, this development should be a priority and more economically feasible. The existing affordable housing developments in Boulder are high-quality residences that beautify the community and enhance the livelihoods of lower-income citizens in Boulder. In fact, they're hardly distinguishable from neighboring non-affordable housing developments. That being said, the value in ensuring that each and every one of our citizens feels important to the community rather than marginalized cannot be understated. This value is codified in the inclusionary housing provisions, providing that inclusionary housing is necessary to preserve diverse housing opportunities for the city's residents and working people, as well as promoting the health, safety, and welfare of the community. From a practical standpoint, doing so will ensure that Boulder can maintain a robust workforce and reduce the detrimental environmental effects of transportation for those who remain employed in Boulder and are forced to live elsewhere. As a final note, I hope the city considers constructing the new development with upcycled materials as it did in the nearby Spark neighborhood. Making Boulder more accessible and not cost prohibitive is crucial to uphold our community's values, and I urge the City Council to adopt Resolution 1301. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelby. Now, Edwin Zoe and then Jay Alowski.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Hi, everybody. I'm Edwin Zoe, owner of Zomama Restaurant and Chimera Ramen, located on 10th and Pearl. I am proud to be a part of the West Pearl business community for over a decade, and I am proud to be one of very few minority-owned businesses in downtown. Today, I and other merchants, including Pasta J's, Weston Tavern, Jack's Central, Wonder Press, and other retail merchants are asking the City Council to restore West Pearl accessibility. We understand and appreciate the city's action to provide extra seating capacity for restaurants when indoor dining was severely limited during the peak of COVID. However, indoor dining limitations no longer our challenge. Instead, it is a lack of accessibility and recovering from our losses. Personally, on the day of the street closure 2 years ago, Zomama suffered more than 50% decline in revenue due to the street closure. And we still have not returned to normal levels despite restoring indoor seating and increase in outdoor seating. In addition, the street closure has made West Pearl, that used to be vibrant at night, to be ghostly vacant, so much so that both Zomama and Chimera Ramen has closed as early as 8 p.m. West Pearl is a special and distinct business district different from the pedestrian mall in East Pearl. We invest our time and money into our businesses in West Pearl because of the accessibility it provided, which Pearl Street Mall lacked. We respectfully request the city to restore West Pearl accessibility as soon as possible. Speaking for myself, I am opposed to implementation of outdoor dining pots for West Pearl because 1, street pots will further limit West Pearl accessibility. 2, it does not make economic sense to invest in hundreds of thousands of dollars to increase seating capacity when we can't even fill the seats that we do have. And lastly, they are unfair to retail merchants and small restaurants like mine, as pods are only for the benefit of restaurants with deep pockets. at the expense of accessibility to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zoe, and apologies for mispronouncing your name. Now, final speaker is Jay Lasky.
Hi, you guys hear me?
Yes.
Everybody asks that, don't they? Hi, City Council. My name is Jay Alusky, and I own Pasta J's and have been in business in downtown Boulder for almost 34 years. Thank you guys for your continued support. The outdoor dining program was a great solution to get customers to come downtown to support restaurants when there was limited inside dining available during the pandemic. With the pandemic over and restrictions lifted, this is solving a problem that doesn't exist anymore. Furthermore, it is creating a perception that West Pearl is not accessible and has a emphasis on perception of no parking, which has become a reality. Basically, the most important point we want to create an environment that brings locals to downtown through accessibility or a perception thereof. They are the ones who support downtown year-round. Parklet seating doesn't get more people downtown. The tourists will always be there during the summer and the weekends. We have leased our spaces on West Pearl based on our understanding by the city of not only pedestrian traffic, but also drive-by traffic and parking. It is not fair to change the rules of the game absent of the pandemic. We put our investment into West Pearl based on there would be parking and traffic. If we wanted to be on the bricks, we would be with all the vacancies. Furthermore, our kitchen and our restaurant is designed for what we built it as. Pasta J's, we seat 120 people. Any additional seating doesn't help our food sales, only increases our food ticket times and angry customers. In addition, traffic counts are suffering. During weekdays, Monday through Thursdays, lunches and dinners with office closures and a perception of inaccessibility and no parking, West Pearl is becoming a ghost town. Thank you guys for your continued support and thank you for your time this evening and look forward to working with you on this program.
Thank you, Jane. All right, that's everybody as I understand that Michelle Rodriguez is still not present. So do we have any staff responses? Nuria and Teresa, to anything in open comment? Okay, seeing none, any council responses? I see we've got one from Nicole and then Rachel.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for speaking to us so late. Always appreciate that. I just wanted to address a couple of things that were mentioned during open comment. One was a statement that the jail is closed. The jail is open. Daily bookings are actually published online. I think the report from yesterday showed that about a dozen people were booked into the jail yesterday. So I just wanted to make sure folks are clear on that. The other thing I wanted to address was the types of issues that community court deals with, just so that folks know what this program is going toward, which just feels important as we're kind of talking about this program and its successes. It really doesn't involve people who engage in crimes like vehicle thefts. Vehicle thefts would not be prosecuted in a municipal court. I think that would be more of a district court or state court. Even in cases where, you know, people are just hot wiring cars and joyriding in them. That is not something that the community court would be addressing. The community court, as Judge Cook was mentioning, was really addressing things like smoking where it's prohibited or urinating in public or things like that that aren't really kind of property crimes where people are stealing things. So again, not to dismiss any of the impacts of the crimes. I just wanted to make sure that we're all clear on what types of crimes the community court is dealing with.
Thanks, Nicole. And actually, Jeannie had her hand up next, and then Rachel.
I just have a question from everything that I've heard from, I guess, some of the members of the business community about the pandemic being over. And I'm not sure if that's a sound statement, but I think my question relates to the Pearl Street Mall. And I understand now these businesses want, the unrestricted access. So my question is, has there been some type of a survey to ensure businesses either want this or don't want it. I know the last time we talked about this particular issue, we were considering making it permanent. So I think maybe this, these few people coming forward and voicing their opinion might be something that we might have to think about much thoroughly.
I'm happy to respond real quick if you'd like, Mayor. And I know that Chris Jones is watching and unable to be with us for the moment, but I'll just say briefly that we're going to be talking about that next week. There was, in fact, a survey sent out, and the topic is going to be revisited at the study session. So there will be a lot of conversation about this very topic.
I just want to say thank you, Erin. I just want to say thank you to these community members who came forward, because a lot of times on council, we have ideas that have worked, but until we hear from you, we don't know if things are not working. So it's very enlightening for me to hear that not everyone in the West Pearl, not every business is in the West Pearl, on Pearl Street actually find this particular arrangement beneficial. So thank you.
Rachel?
Yeah, that's well said, Jeannie. I appreciate the perspective as well. I wanted to ask Nuria maybe, or Maris if she's still on. Julie McCabe has reached out a number of times and I know asked the same question to a lot of us. So just wondered if somebody could commit to sort of responding, are those tickets being written? I'm curious if there's a reason to that, whether we are or are not writing tickets. And so
I don't believe Maris is on anymore, but I'm certainly happy to take a look and make sure that somebody gets back.
Thank you. And also just wanted to flag, I think it's been a difficult week, as we said at the beginning of the meeting, on Ukraine and, a war that we never thought would happen on, a ground war on European soil during our lifetimes. And I would just encourage us to shy away from false equivalencies that what's happening in Boulder might be similar to what's happening in Ukraine, because that's troubling to hear. And nothing that's happening in Boulder is like what the people are suffering through in Ukraine. So I would just, for my part, hope that we can just stay away from that, because there are people who are truly deeply suffering. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Rachel. Okay, I think that's it in terms of our responses. So Alicia, you can take us into our next item, please.
Duly noted, sir. Thank you. We are now moving into item number 3 on tonight's agenda, which is our consent agenda, which includes items A through F.
Right, does anybody have any comments or questions on the consent agenda? Or would someone like to make a motion?
I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Thanks for the motion to approve the consent agenda in a second. Rachel, did you have something to offer?
I did. Sorry, I was a little slow pulling up my notes here. But I think on item 3B is the motion to amend the Transit Village Area Plan. And this is one of 2 spots where I was confused about, TAB may be weighing in. It was heavily transportation. The next one will be under a call-up check-in, item 4B. Both of them can just mention transportation a lot. So I don't know if there's a mechanism at this point that we can ask TAB to weigh in on. And also going forward, again, I would just hope, even for things that were maybe, caught in the middle time before we switch to flagging things that might want to go over to TAB, which may or may not be relevant for this particular item, but is going to be under the call-up check-ins. Both, I think one's concept and one is site, and in neither spot do I see like that flashing light that I was hoping for we would get for like, don't forget, you might want TAB to weigh in on something. So I guess relevant to 3B and to 4B, like just, can TAB weigh in? When's the right time to ask that?
So I think Erica's in the meeting and might weigh in. Mark, did you want to throw in something before Erica speaks?
Are you saying, Mark? I mean, I was going to colloquy on that just
Yeah,
because I had asked that via email, and similar question, and it was conveyed to me that at least through transportation that there was at least no conflicts with regards to our planned CAN proposal, which was a concern I had, and that seemed to be well vetted that this wouldn't impede on those plans that we've embarked on. So I don't know if that addresses your question, but I felt confident that the answer I got from staff at least addressed that issue. So I just wanted to convey that if that was some of where your concern was, but I'll let Erica speak to the rest.
Thanks, Matt. Erica, you want to chime in?
Thank you very much. So I guess just to, as a point of clarity, the Planning and Development Services Department is responsible for not only for reviewing the plans and proposing changes to them. The Transportation and Mobility Department, just as the Utilities Department, we act as internal consultants. And so for this particular case, I see that Edward is on, so thank you. The plan at TVAP actually has a process in place in which to update the plan itself. And so that process was followed by my colleagues in development services, planning and development services, but with the input from the transportation department. And one of the things is that at the last TAB meeting, Alex Weinheimer, a TAB member, had identified that the issue was coming before the planning board, but had chosen not independently to comment at that point. But what I did do is to go back and ensure that nothing in the CAN network would be impacted negatively by the changes being proposed. So just wanted to assure council about that. And Edward, did you have anything further to say from your standpoint?
Edward, we can't hear you.
Apparently I have two mute buttons tonight. My apologies. Edward Stafford, Senior Manager, Civil Engineering and Planning Development Services. Erica covered it well. We did look at it for those reasons. This has actually been an item of discussions that related to development projects long before the CAN proposal had been made. And in fact, this particular one has been under review for some time while the application for the fire station was present, and has had internal discussions in prior development. We chose this opportunity as allowed for in TVAP to bring a plan along with a site review, which is the call-up item you'll see tonight. And so that's how we've looked at it, and to ensure that it still has options for the future. And in fact, we felt it was important to bring forward this current one to support the needs. Otherwise, the project would have to implement what's in the current plan, which includes an area of on-street parking that could cause challenges with future desires on 30th Street. So that was part of our justification to bringing this forward.
I appreciate that. And it may be that no one else is interested in it. I just think that TAB generally has, sort of thinks through things in a way that I find helpful alongside transportation staff. So, it's not a dig on anyone or planning or transportation departments. It's just, I think that they often have a perspective that I value. And I don't know if we were to, if there even is a path to kicking this over to them just for last set of eyes before we act on it, if that causes delays or to Edward's point, like, is that then kind of baked in a way that we don't want it to if we were to do that? And again, that's even assuming that there were other people that wanted to do it.
So I wonder, Charles, maybe this is something that you could address if we added that in as an extra step in this process, what that would look like in terms of timelines and staff capacity.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thanks for the question, Aaron. It certainly will add some time to the process. We have a condition of approval in the site review document that requires amendment to the TVAP plan in advance of the submittal of the tech doc review. So if this goes to TAB and TAB wants to see additional changes and there's changes that need to be made to the site plan, we'd then need to go back to planning board prior to coming back to council for final decision. If TAB, affirmed planning board's position and found that the amendment to the TVAP plan was suitable, then we'd be able to go back directly to council for final action. But it would add some time to the process. It just depends on, really how it pans out.
Matt, is that a new hand?
It is just, it's a process kind of just question really is, it would be really helpful for memos that come to us that are clearly impacting transportation, that effectively, you know, the commentary that Erica just provided be provided in that memo, because that might quell a bunch of questions up front in terms of where we got planning, weighing in on transportation, where did transportation staff or tab. So that clarity up front, I think would be really helpful as we talk, as planning does talk about transportation related things. So just maybe a future reference that I think that might help clean up a bunch of stuff on the front end. If that doesn't add too much extra work, but just a little bit of clarity could go a long way.
So, well, maybe I'll just call on myself here. I really appreciate Rachel, you and Matt both raising these questions in advance and tonight. So we want to make sure the transportation issues are looked at carefully. Appreciate that Erica and the transportation department did sign off on this. I guess I'll just say that I worry about the potential for significant delays on the ability to move forward with the fire station. It sounds like we might have to take a whole nother turn through planning board. And then I worry a little bit about staff time as well. Their planning department, as we know, is very, very busy these days, has limited capacity. So I personally wouldn't take that extra step, but I think we need to keep raising these questions about, you know, how do we get assistance from TAB, and include them on more of the concept plans and such. Neri, you got your hand up?
Yeah, just quickly and say, I appreciate that. I know that we had talked about this previously about involving TAB at the concept plan stage, and what does that look like? And to have that mechanism by which staff would put that in a memo and say, hey, council, here's an opportunity for you to send to TAB. And so just want to be thoughtful as we continue to think through that in our own work, because some of these did get caught in that change, that we're more rigorous as we move forward and we share that. And Matt, I take your point as well. I want to say that it's I saw your email about it, and I think it's a really thoughtful comment about making sure that we voice when we have consulted with our respective boards, whoever they are, right? And so building that into some of our future memos, I think will be an improvement that we can certainly factor in. So just wanted to say that out loud.
Thanks for that, Nuria. And I don't know, like, this isn't coming to us as a concept or site. So like, I don't know how this would get folded into that. I think that's another piece that isn't covered, right? This would be sort of outside the scope of what
It would be. And maybe what we really need to do is just, again, clarify the process. I know we had a conversation about this last year. I know that there's additional thought about this with the new council coming on board. And so maybe we just need to spend some more time and come with a clear process as we move forward, taking into account as well what the general scope is of each of the boards at play. But certainly, I think it's a conversation to be had. Well, so I think we have to go through this process of what goes or what doesn't go, right?
I think under charter, they can't look unless invited, and planning board's always going to look, and that's not going to have the same transportation. Planning staff's going to look at it. But we also get planning board. I think with it so heavy in transportation, we want that mechanism to work. So, Aaron, I appreciate your point. I will not push this further to cause delay, but would love if the system starts working to make sure that we're getting that look. Thanks.
I appreciate the flexibility, Rachel. And I'll just add that it's a good point that this is the kind of thing that in the future we should consider, adding a check-in with TAB to our process. So I think that's a good flag for a conversation to have in the future. Any other comments or questions on the consent agenda? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second in front of us. Alicia, what kind of a vote do we have here for us?
We are having a required roll call tonight on this consent agenda. So I will go ahead and proceed with the roll call, and we will start with Councilmember Spear.
Yes.
Wallach. Aye. Weiner.
Yes.
Yates.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Yes.
and Councilmember Joseph.
Yes.
Mayor, the consent agenda passed items A through F unanimously.
Thanks very much, Alicia and everyone. Okay, so now we have our call-up check-ins.
Yes, sir. Item 4A on tonight's agenda is the consideration of a concept plan review and comment for a proposal to develop a multifamily residential project at 3300 Penrose Place. The existing 3-story building on the site is proposed to be retrofitted for apartments with 4 new buildings proposed and a total of 114 permanently affordable dwelling units. The residential units are planned to include efficiency living units and 1- and 2-bedroom apartments. This is reviewed under case number LUR 2021-00044.
Great. Any interest in calling this up or questions? I'm not seeing any, so I'll just say that this looks like it's really going in a positive direction, and I appreciate where Housing Partners bring forward an innovative commercial to residential conversion program with affordable housing in it. So it looks very promising. All right, I think that's all we got on that. So our next one.
All right, our next one is item 4B on tonight's agenda is a consideration site review application for a new City of Boulder Fire Station number 3, located at 2751 and 2875 30th Street. The fire station is proposed to include 4 apparatus bays, administration offices, exercise, meeting, dining, and living room spaces, along with bunk rooms for firefighters and administrative offices. Site improvements include landscaping, parking with a 55% parking reduction, along with a planned new Buff Street connection. This is reviewed under case number LUR 2021-00017.
Very good. And I believe we have a presentation on this, since I think the new fire station of it is of interest to council and the community. So Elaine, you going to take us through this?
You bet.
Great.
Thanks very much, Mayor and council members. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to just share the screen, so bear with me for a moment. So as we've talked about a little bit, this particular case went before the planning board just a couple weeks ago. And so in terms of process and where we are this evening, it's important to note that the concept plan was reviewed in 2020, end of the year 2020, and then council did not call it up. The site review is required because the proposal for a greater than 50% parking reduction does necessitate planning board determination. So it was February 17th last month. The board reviewed the application, unanimously approved it, along with the change to the TVAP streetscape guidelines that we've talked about. And then the board's decision subject to call up by council within 30 days, and that ends on March 21st of this month. So as a quick recap of the information planning board reviewed, starting with the site location for the new fire station, it's located on 30th near Valmont, and it is intended to replace the existing fire station that's located at the southwest corner of Arapahoe and 30th, so really just a few miles to the south. Fire stations are considered critical facilities under the city's code, and because the current location is in a high hazard, you'll see that in pink, high hazard flood zone, it could make access a bit more challenging in a flood event. And so in addition, it's acknowledged that the current fire station's outdated and inefficient, undersized, and partial funding for the replacement of the station was actually included in the 2017 Community Culture and Safety Tax. And then regarding the planning context, the 1.85 acre site has a comprehensive plan land use designation of mixed use business. Anticipated uses are defined as business or residential, and where housing and public uses supporting housing will be encouraged and may be required. Zoning is business transition, defined as business areas which generally buffer a residential area from a major street. Site is part of that phase 2 of TVAP that you see on the left, Transit Village Area Plan, that was adopted in 2007 to guide redevelopment for this area surrounding the transit. And essentially to transform what was an underutilized industrial and auto-oriented area into a more urban and higher density pedestrian-oriented environment with a mix of uses. And as part of TVAP, a land use map was adopted, shown to the right, and phase 2 of TVAP was initiated with the 2020 midterm update to the BVCP. And what prompted initiation of that phase 2 is that phase 1 essentially built out over the past 15 years, and it was guided by the vision and goals and guidelines of TVAP to develop this new neighborhood that we all are aware of and are familiar with. And approximately 1,400 new residential units were built. Just under 300 of those are permanently affordable. This image shows the neighborhood of Spark on the north, Boulder Commons, and in the center, 30 Pearl and Depot Square with a regional RTD bus facility at the center, and then Rev on the south. And the build out of phase 1 also included construction of a number of streets per the TVAP connections plan that was also adopted. And you can see Junction Place from Prairie on the south was built all the way through to Valmont on the north with 2 bridges constructed. There are new streets that include 31st and Spruce Street. There's the extension of Bluff Street and a number of alleys and paseos. And in the 10 to 15 years of building out these connections, there have been various amendments to the connections plan that were approved as part of and as provided in the area plan. The overall intent in the connections plan really was to create a more pedestrian oriented connectivity and essentially break up super blocks that once existed there. And as you'll note, the site itself on the left there has several connections that are required to be built out and are included as part of the proposed project. So onto the existing site, the applicant's proposing about a 28,000 square foot, 2-story fire station with administration offices, and then the 4 large apparatus bays on the first floor. There's also training and fitness meeting rooms, second floor living quarters with bunk rooms and kitchen facilities and an outdoor deck. And as approved by planning board, there's a 55% parking reduction. There's also landscaping, streetscaping, rooftop photovoltaic, and the building is intended to be net zero. And then as you can see on the diagram on the right, the site plan and building are configured such that emergency vehicle access and circulation is in a one-way configuration into the site. And that's from that new planned Bluff Street extension. And then exiting directly onto 30th. And what that does is essentially avoid having to back fire apparatus onto 30th Street. And so it's important to note that Public Works will be responsible for designing and constructing the new vehicle traffic signal for Bluff and 30th Street intersection. And so when we look at the perspectives, the building itself is contemporary in style and materials. There's a nod to that traditional red firehouse. The plans illustrate a floating roof form over the south, open to the sky above the green roof, broad overhang supported by wood columns and concrete pilasters. Planning board concluded that the proposed project meets the site review criteria and findings consistent with BVCP policies and TVAP design guidelines. And among the policies that project would fulfill is policy 807, safety, that notes that the city will respond to changing community needs, including those resulting from demographic changes and redeveloping and urbanizing areas to support safe, livable neighborhoods and vibrant business districts. And in that regard, staff points out the goals of TVAP on the left also support the placement of a fire station near the transit village. Then touching on other review criteria related to design for human scale, and there's transparency and activity at the street level with the administration office planned. And then there's public art and landscape and design details that'll add pedestrian interest consistent with TVAP guidelines. And then there's things like durable materials that include a brick that has an extruded brick pattern. The site review criteria also asks if the building's architecture is compatible with the area or those with the established design guidelines. And then in that regard, of course, Planning Board made findings that the project's consistent with the TVAP design guidelines, a few of which are shown here, that also speak to designing to a pedestrian scale and orientation. So with that, the board concluded with unanimous approval of the site review application, as well as unanimous approval of that change to the TVAP streetscape guideline that was considered under consent this evening. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thanks so much for that, Elaine. That's very helpful. Questions for Elaine? We got Mark.
The structure is beautiful. Can you tell me what it's going to cost?
I cannot, but I see Adam Goldstone is on the call and maybe he has some thoughts on that. Adam?
Yeah, hi there. Thank you. Thank you for the question. We are in between some estimates right now. As you know, the economic climate with construction is very difficult. But our latest number is at $18 million.
Okay. That's kind of where I was hoping it would come in. Good. Because when we looked at this at the when we were doing the infrastructure tax, we had estimates of up to $35 million for a facility, and that would have simply sucked all the air out of the room with respect to other unfunded capital needs. So I'm very happy to hear that you're looking at something closer to 18, and even if it goes over to something like, hopefully not more than 20, I think it's a number we can reasonably bear.
Great. That's what we're shooting for. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Rachel and Lauren.
Well, I sure feel like a broken record here, but we've got bus route ramifications, parking reductions, prized transit corridor, just every type of transit consideration here. Did TAB weigh in? Did we invite TAB to weigh in? I'm just going to re-ask the question.
And so in this particular case, the concept plan was reviewed prior to emphasis on TAB in concept plans. And so the transportation staff took a good look at it. I know that TAB looked at TVAP and the connections plan as it was being developed. So they had that input as well. And I don't know if Edward has anything else to add to that, but I guess the answer is no. TAB did not look at it.
That's what I thought, but I just wanted to clarify. And then if we wanted to invite TAB to weigh in at this stage, what would that look like?
I would defer to Edward on that, or maybe Erica, but I assume that if they did take a look at it, it might be refinements to the circulation pattern. But Edward, do you have any other thoughts?
Can certainly speak up, and then I know Hella is also here from the attorney's office and can help with the process. But I would presume if you were looking for that, you would likely need to call it up and provide specifics of what you were looking for TAB to weigh in on, that then the council could consider in order to review it based upon the criteria for site review. It's important to point out that this is a land use quasi-judicial application, and so it is a site review-based decision, or a criteria-based decision, sorry. Mixing my words up tonight. It's been a long day. Criteria-based decision. Staff did not refer it to TAB. Generally, these types of applications is not a part of the purview currently listed for TAB. That is an opportunity for council if you believe there's something that they should weigh in on.
And okay. I would emphasize, and thanks for that, Edward, I would emphasize that TAB did have a lot of involvement when we did put the initial connections plan together for TAB. And, per the call up or the consent agenda conversation we had, it definitely will tack on some time to the process. It's certainly something that council has the authority, to refer to TAB. But we'll have to take another crank turn it the crank, just depending on the direction that we get.
Okay, thanks.
Lauren.
Thank you. Mine's also going to be process related. So given that this is a public project, and I see that you noted 2.4 from the Boulder Comp Plan about public projects bearing a special responsibility to exhibit design excellence. I like the design of this building. I think it's great, but my question is, has Design Advisory Board had a chance to review it? It does seem like that to me, for a public project, especially, a standalone new building, that we would be having Design Advisory Board review that for a city project.
And so in this particular case, it's not a requirement, and staff felt pretty confident from comments we received at concept plan that the design direction was going to meet the criteria and the TVAP design guidelines.
And I would also note that there wasn't a referral from the planning board to DAB either in the concept plan or the site review. I think they felt that the design was pretty strong.
And I agree that the design is strong. I just think that in the case where the city is commonly the city is one of the other mechanisms through which projects are referred to DAB. And when the city is the applicant, I think that there's probably there isn't that sort of secondary check that we would typically have. And so I would push that in instances like this, it maybe should be common practice that we refer these projects to DAB.
Teresa?
Yes, thank you. So I did just want to point out that DAB's authority is limited here in that it can only involve itself in review of items under the land use code, which is Title IX. If that opinion is requested by the city manager, the planning board, or the city council. And so as I think it was Charles who was speaking, said planning board didn't refer it, but certainly city council has the authority to do so. And that's the way the code is laid out.
So we could do that at this point without calling it up ourselves?
You would have to call it up to refer it at this point in time, because at this point we have an approval already. So
right.
to make it be under review again, you would have to call it up.
Thank you.
Mark.
Yeah, I'm sorry to have to go back. There were a couple of questions I just didn't ask. How many bids are you getting on this?
So last summer, based on what we were seeing in the construction community, we transitioned this project as well as the Noble Library project to a CMGC delivery method, a construction manager, general contractor. And so we went through a interview and RFP process and selected a construction firm that we brought on board at that point, who has been advising us on value engineering and material selection and cost to keep our numbers in line. So they will be providing us a GMP, a guaranteed maximum price, at the time we submit for building permit, and we anticipate proceeding with them for construction.
Okay, that's great. Just one last question: if the GMP price, well, that's redundant. If the GMP comes in, let's say at $24 million, are you going to value engineer it down, or simply just build it at 24?
Well, we would certainly look at all options, but at that point, I think with that discrepancy, some value engineering would be in order.
Okay. All right. I think you're on the right track. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like that's it for questions. So would anyone like to advocate for calling this up? Rachel.
I'll go ahead and make a pitch to call it up and invite DAB and TAB to weigh in. I think I really appreciated Lauren's point about this as a public space and sort of a little bit of almost a lack of a level of review because we are the applicant and the reviewers. So I appreciate the extra eyes on. And I just think again, my experience is TAB sees things with a little bit of fresh eyes with sort of especially pedestrian and bike considerations. So I would love to have their input before we finalize this. So that's what I'd call it up and direct for.
Any takers on Rachel's proposal here? Nicole and Mark, did you want to speak or just say thumbs up? Mark?
I just want to make a quick comment. I'm kind of agnostic on it, but I would be happy to defer to Rachel's concerns and call it up if she believes it to be important.
Yes, I'll just call on myself that, like, I totally appreciate, Rachel, where you're coming from and the points you're making. The concern I would have would be some number of months delay on an already expensive project with a city staff that's already overtaxed with the projects that they're working on. So that's my concern, because I feel like there would come some negative consequences for the organization by calling it out would be my concern. Nicole?
Yeah, I would be interested just in hearing a little bit more about what, staff kind of thinks about that. I just unfortunately don't know enough about what kind of delays it would put in place. But given this is a pretty significant new public building in a really kind of prominent, heavily trafficked and growing area of town, I would really be interested in having a little bit more feedback. So, and I think just some of the discussions and questions we were having kind of felt like we might, benefit from a larger conversation too, but just curious how much time we're talking about and what the negative consequences might be.
Thanks very much for the question. I think it really depends on what Design Advisory Board's feedback would be. If there are significant adjustments to the building that need to be made, then the city's architect would need to make some pretty significant changes, and we would need to take it back through the planning board to ensure it's consistent with the intent of the initial approval. So we're definitely looking at I would say at least 90 days.
And I'm just aware that we have the former 3-year chair of Design Advisory Board here, who could perhaps let us know, if you think it's something that they would have significant changes on or anything like that.
I mean, it's always hard to guess what people are going to comment on. But I mean, like I said, I think that this building is generally seems to me really strong. So I personally wouldn't anticipate large changes, but, Design Advisory Board does look at things differently than Planning Board does. So things around the articulation of the windows and, some cladding details and things about that around those kinds of concerns are typically things that Design Advisory Board would review. And so to me, it seems like if that could happen in a 90-day period, that feels like it is a delay, but in the scale of a building like this, not a huge one.
Right, I've got Matt, then Adam Goldstone, Rachel, and Elaine.
Well, I may defer to Adam or Elaine if they're going to provide feedback on the questions previously asked. If that's the case, go for it. Otherwise, I'll take my question. But I saw your hands up. Didn't know if you're responding to a question already raised.
Great point, Adam, and then you want to go, and then Elaine.
Yeah, thank you. I certainly appreciate and understand council's concerns, but advocating here for the project and the fire department. We have been working on this for several years. We are hoping to start construction towards the end of summer, and further delays push us into winter, which is a rough time to come out of the ground. The fire administration is currently somewhat homeless and on borrowed time in their current facilities where they're located. And the existing station being in the floodplain, is subject to, further damage and delays, the further we go on. So I just, am obligated to point out those concerns that we have for the project, but I do appreciate, your thoughts on it. I do also see that the fire chief is here if there are any other questions on that.
Thanks. Mike, did you want to chime in and then we can hear from Elaine?
Good evening, Council. I can't, Mike Calderazzo, Fire Chief. I appreciate all the dialogue. I can't speak to the process other than I can confirm with what Adam had just been talking about. We're borrowing space for our headquarters staff once we vacated Center Green to save on the lease out there. And so delays on getting in, it's on the good graces really of the county chiefs for us to be out there taking up space. That's just impact on the organization, but then in terms of our master plan as well, this station is a key part of the infrastructure that moves us forward on advancing our EMS goals around advanced life support, and so that'll just push us back. We were hoping anyway to start moving into that station for those units in 2024 if things all go wonderfully. If they don't, then that just pushes us out a little farther. We lost a year with COVID, and so this is just another delay we'll have to reassess with our master plan goals.
Thanks. Elaine?
Sure. I just wanted to remind everybody too that this has been through concept plan review in 2020, and at that time there was no suggestion by either planning board or council to have that level of review. And so, in fact, it's followed a pretty significant process for a couple of years now.
All right, Matt, back to you, and then Rachel.
So just a couple comments on the motion that Rachel made and some of the comments that have been mentioned. First, I think this is acutely critical infrastructure for our city, for community safety. And so I think process delays that won't necessarily deliver substantive outcomes, and not to prejudge too much, but I do think that is a concern I have to want to make sure that we get this done expeditiously. As the chief pointed out, certainly as we evolve into providing ALS, I think that's a fantastic and necessary evolution of fire and rescue here in Boulder. But given that I agree with Lauren, we should future projects that are done by the city where we are the applicant, I think DAB needs to take a role, but especially given that our resident design expert and planning said this has great design elements, I'm not sure this is the bite at the apple that we need to expend that on. And I think with regards to transportation, I want us to, again, going forward, have TAB review, but not at the cost of expedience, as Aaron brought out. And plus, this is a great chance for us to now trust staff. Now that we have the core arterial network plan in place, we have TAB, staff, and council all aligned in a very common direction with regards to some of our major transportation work. And I think this is a great time for us to then coalesce around trusting staff that we're going in the right direction. And given Erica's comments, I want to make sure that we trust that. So I think now is the time for us to just move forward, but going forward on future projects that we interject those nice steps in the process for TAB and DAB as well.
Thanks. Rachel, Nicole, and Tara.
Yep, I'll be brief. I imagine that we could send it to DAB and TAB and say, if you can look at this in the next 30 days, please do. And if you can't, then, don't. But I don't know that we have to build in some sort of heinous delay for this to be looked at. I think what I'm hearing is the only way it's going to create, a substantial delay is if some of the feedback required, a significant alterations to the current plans. And if that were to be the case, then I would imagine maybe significant alterations are needed, and it's sort of foolhardy to move forward without implementing them. So, I don't know that a 30 or 90 day delay is a big thing in the scheme of things, but if we, fail to line up an important corridor or crossing or something well, then we regret it. And we have seen that on a couple of occasions during my tenure where TAB gave feedback kind of late, or we had to go back and make some changes. So I just think it makes sense to try and get some expeditious feedback and maybe maybe I would amend the motion to say, let's kick it over to TAB and ask that it be, you know, and DAB given to them and offered to them within the next week. If they can fit it in their schedule within the next month, then we'd love the feedback, and hopefully it's nothing and we move forward. But if they do catch something that we haven't had our experts look at, I think it's kind of, it just doesn't make sense to me. And with that, I won't say anymore.
Thanks, Rachel, Nicole, and Tara.
I just wanted to thank staff and Chief Calderazzo just for giving us a little more context on kind of the importance of, you know, having this right now. I think I'm feeling a little torn at the moment. I would really love to, you know, use our boards and commissions in this way, and also recognize that, you know, Elaine, as you said, this has been in process for years, right? It wasn't sort of brought up by, you know, previous council. And I think there are times when, you know, it's worth inserting a delay, and perhaps times when it's not. And I'm just thinking about all that we're approaching in the climate crisis and the fire that just happened and those sorts of things. I'm thinking about the span of a few months may actually make a difference. But anyway, so I don't really have any clarity there. Just right now I'm torn. And I feel like I could go either way. Slight change in position. So I wanted to share it.
Thanks, Nicole. Tara, and then Bob.
I'm going to agree with Matt. Matt, I agree with you, because I really do want to see the TAB and DAB make more, be part of this conversation, part of the solution. But I feel like if they've been doing this for years, and now we as the new council come in and say, well, it's the last minute, but you know, that's really hard to do for city process, I think, or any business actually. So I'm going to agree with Matt that we should proceed, but I want to start including them on future projects. Lauren, I'm glad you think this building is strong. That means a lot to me. And that's my thought.
Sarah, Bob?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Aaron and Matt and Tara and I think kind of Nicole. In that I'm not going to support a call up here. I know that we've got new rules or new guidelines around involving TAB and DAB, and I think that's great, but I'm not sure that we can apply them retroactively here. You know, this did go through concept review, and that council, which some of us served on, chose not to refer this to those parties then, and I think it's a little late in the game for us to do that now and to delay this. And I appreciate your offer, Rachel, of 30 days or something short like that, but these things tend to slip a little bit. So, you know, maybe when a mistake was made by those of us who served on the council when this came through on concept, but I think it's a little late in the game for us to be going back. So I would not support a call up.
Thanks, Bob. All right. What we got, Teresa.
I apologize for the delay in getting to you about this, but I do have some legal concerns in that site review is a quasi-judicial process. That means, of course, there are a set of criteria. It's not clear what TAB's role would be in advising with respect to that set of criteria. And so my advice would be that if we want to see these kinds of items sent to TAB at the site review stage or at a quasi-judicial stage, that we would need to build something into the code for that to happen.
Okay, thanks for that perspective, Teresa. That's helpful. Okay, we've had people speak about this. Rachel, I think to call it up, it requires a motion, I believe, an affirmative motion to call something up, which I think would be the next step. So do you?
I will withdraw because I'm counting heads here, so that I will not make us go through that futile motion.
Okay, well, appreciate your flexibility yet again tonight. And I think the fundamental point is I think we do want to use our boards more often earlier in the process. At least that's my takeaway from it. And I continue to appreciate the focus on that. And let's keep working on that early on in these processes so we can really get that great feedback. Okay, well, with that, I think that means no call up on that. And I'm seeing 9 o'clock and just might want to suggest a an 8-minute break. What do y'all think? I'm seeing some thumbs up. And then Bob, I think you would just wait to come back, right? You do want to speak to your recusal?
Yeah, I'll just speak right now. As I did on a similar ball matter a few weeks ago, I'm going to recuse myself because a member of my family owns some stock in ball. And so I'll take the break along with you, but I won't return at the end of break. Go ahead and start without me. And then Aaron, I think you're going to send me a text when that matter is over.
Very good. All right, let's come back at 9:08. guess I should have said 10 minutes. We don't have anybody back yet.
I was trying to grab that last bite.
I'm back. We're back. We just had our cameras off is all.
Oh.
I grabbed a little chips and salsa and managed to spill salsa on my blue shirt, but fortunately just below the camera line. So it's, oh man.
You may not have that grace anymore moving forward, as we'll talk about later tonight.
Oh.
It takes a new meaning to business on top, party on the bottom.
Yeah, salsa stains going on there.
That stinks.
Right, I think we're waiting for Rachel. And there's Rachel with the banana. All right, very healthy snack. Okay, Alicia, you want to take us into our first public hearing?
Yes, sir. That is item 5A, the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8499, granting authority to the approving authority under Title IX, Land Use Code, BRC 1981, to approve a development at the Ball Aerospace Campus that exceeds the floor area ratio standards in the industrial-general zoning district, granting a 15-year vesting period for the approved site-specific development plan, extending the expiration date of a landmark alteration certificate and historic preservation demolition approval related to the development, and authorizing the city manager to execute documents that will secure payment of an increased linkage fee for additional floor area and setting forth related details.
Carl, you gonna lead us through this one?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Alicia. Good evening, council members. Tonight we're talking about the second reading of ordinance 8499. My presentation is going to be brief since we covered this material on February 15th. City Council did pass the ordinance on first reading on February 15th. So the purpose of tonight is to hold a public hearing on ordinance 8499 and for council to make a decision on the ordinance. So I'm just going to cover a little bit of the context really quickly. We're talking about a roughly 27-acre site for the Ball Aerospace Campus along Arapahoe at the two addresses on the slide. Our Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan land use designation for that site is light industrial, so the use that they're proposing there is consistent with the land use. It's consistent with the zoning as well, which is industrial general. As we talked about on the 15th, the IG zone has a 40-foot height limit, a 0.5 floor area ratio maximum. So that would allow up to 577,000 square feet based on how the zone is drafted. So we talked about the site review on February 15th. City Council did not call up the site review at that meeting. The existing square footage out there, just to summarize, is about 441,000 square feet. They're proposing to add 309,000 square feet, bringing it to a total of 750,000 square feet. So that's a 0.65 FAR, which is over the 0.5 maximum for the IG zone. They're looking to develop this over a 15-year timeline. As we stated before, this is consistent with a prior approval for that site that they do the 4 phases with the completion, in this case being 2037. So Ball Aerospace is an important primary employer with roots in Boulder. Obviously what they're producing at the site is unique with large, or actually pretty massive spacecraft that require crane operations and very large vaulted spaces and large spaces for testing. So Ball has unique needs that are different than other locations. They have security requirements that they have to meet related to the federal government. So, based on these special needs and considering the importance of Ball to the Boulder community, we did present the option of doing an ordinance that would allow that additional square footage for their unique needs. So this ordinance also includes an allowance to convey the increased commercial linkage fee for the Affordable Housing Fund. So we have this mechanism in the code, but it really focuses on square footage that's just above that height limit. In this case, they'd be going above the 0.5 FAR. So the ordinance would say that all that additional square footage they would have to pay a higher rate into that Affordable Housing Fund. The ordinance also would extend the validity period of the landmark alteration certificate and the demolition permits for the Hobart Wagner buildings that are proposed for demolition. These types of permits and the certificate have a 180-day timeline that has to be renewed if they don't submit a permit. And considering how long the 15 years would go on, they'd have to keep reapplying for that. So that's worked into the ordinance. They're also asking for vested rights greater than 3 years, which requires approval of an ordinance. So any ordinance obviously has to have a recommendation by planning board and council would act on it. So as we stated in the memo, and as I talked about last time, staff has found that the proposal is consistent with BVC policies, a number of policies that are up on the slide and talked about in detail within the memo. Some key areas that I just wanted to touch on were BVCP policy 2.21, where it talks about the city will encourage redevelopment and infill to contribute to placemaking and better achieve sustainable urban form. I also want to obviously highlight the community benefit criterion, which are the policy that would be met by the additional monies going into the Affordable Housing Fund. But there's also some policies that are in Section 5 of the BVCP that talk about revitalizing commercial and industrial areas and support for local business and business retention. So a couple quotes from policy 5.01, where it says incentivizing business retention through changes to zoning or development standards and incentives. This would be consistent with that. Policy 5.05 says the city and county value the diverse mix of existing businesses, including primary and secondary employers of different sizes in the local economy. Nurturing, supporting, and maintaining a positive climate for the retention of existing businesses and jobs is a priority. So we, again, feel that this ordinance is consistent with that, and that's why we recommended approval of it. And Planning Board also is recommending approval of the ordinance. They voted 6-0 to recommend to council to approve it. They also added an additional recommendation on a vote of 6-0 that given that the increase of employment that would go to Ball Aerospace would largely be in the middle income category, that council maybe direct the housing department to consider some of those funds for middle income housing. So that's included in the motion from Planning Board. So we're recommending approval, Planning Board's recommending approval, and that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much, Carl, for that concise and informative presentation. Questions for Carl? I am not seeing any. So that means we can move to the public hearing, which, Alicia, I understand no one has signed up for the public hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir. I was a little concerned about that. And so I tested the form and made sure everything was working correctly, and everything was working correctly. So no one decided to sign up for this item.
Wow. All right. I don't remember the last time we had a public hearing with no one signed up. Okay, so we'll bring this back to council for discussion. And if people will indulge me, I'm going to start off, if you don't mind, because I have this idea that I've mentioned in passing before, but just want to explain it to folks. I do support this ordinance. I think Ball is a key local primary employer that I think this is a great move forward for them. So I support it fundamentally. But I did notice that the allowed square footage and the 0.65 FAR was exactly the square footage that they're requesting, or that has already been approved in the site review. My thought was for this ordinance to include allowance of 0.7 FAR, this wouldn't allow them today to build anything more, but it means that in the 15 years that they're contemplating this project, that if they wanted to do a minor modification, say add 1,000 or 2 square feet as their needs developed, that they could do so just running through staff and planning board without having to come back to city council to revise this special ordinance. So it seemed like that could make things smoother for just minor changes that they might need in the 15-year period of this process. So just want to put that out there, see if anybody thinks that's the worst idea ever, or any comments on that concept. Matt.
I 100% support that. You know, having worked sort of peripherally in this field and seeing a number of spacecraft built, they continue to get bigger and bigger. And so, you know, the needs of today versus the needs of 15 years from now, I think change in the game of astronomy, astrophysics, defense, and certainly our space science stuff and how we design spacecraft. So I think that's great flexibility. Whether they use that, that's for them to decide, but building that in, I think, is a great idea because we certainly don't know the demands of science and defense 15 years from now.
Thanks, Matt. Anyone else have comments on that concept or anything else about the ordinance? Seeing none, if people don't mind if I go ahead and make a motion, since I've got this idea that I'm moving forward here myself. And I do notice, Carl, that the ordinance does contain a square footage as well as an FAR in it. And so I did the math on that, and I believe the 0.7 FAR would equate to 809,000 square feet. So should I include in the amendment both of those numbers?
Yes, I mean, if we change that 0.7, we would certainly change that square footage figure to match accordingly.
Maybe I'll just put it in that language just in case I screwed up my math. So I'll go ahead and move that we adopt Ordinance 8499 to approve development of Ball Aerospace Campus that exceeds floor area ratio standards in the Industrial General Zoning District. I won't read all the other words, but with the amendment of changing the 0.65 FAR allowance to 0.7 and then the accompanying square footage to match it accordingly.
I'll second.
Thanks. Any comments? All right. Well, thanks for letting me take the reins on that one, folks. I usually fade back as the mayor and let other people comment, but I had this idea, so I appreciate your indulgence. Seeing no other comments, we'll take a vote. And Alicia, we got a roll call, I believe.
That is correct, sir. And we will start this roll call with Councilmember Wallach.
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph.
Yes.
And Councilmember Spear.
Yes.
Mayor, Ordinance 8499 was adopted as amended with a vote of 8-0.
Great. Well, thanks so much, everyone, and congratulations to the folks at Ball Aerospace. And we look forward to continued long-term and productive partnership with your organization in our city. All right. Let me text Bob that we're done. As Alicia, you can take us on to the next measure.
All right. Next on tonight's agenda, under public hearings, item 5B is the update on state legislation and consideration of revisions to the policy statement on regional, state, and federal issues.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you so much for your time tonight. As Alicia has said, the purpose of this agenda item is to provide you an update on state policies that the city has been advocating for. We are joined by our lobbyists from Headwaters Strategies, Will Coyne and Adam Eichberg, and they can speak more broadly after my presentation about the general political climate at the State House and issues that maybe are not very specific to the city, but probably still of interest to you. We're also joined tonight by Assistant City Attorney Laura Witt, who has been helping me out with quite a bit of things related to legislation, providing an analysis, and she will be available to help field some of the questions. In terms of the update, I guess one way of looking at this is Boulder officials are out there routinely communicating to political leaders, making requests of them and conveying the city's positions. So we think it's very important that we get it right, that you know what we are conveying and why, and that you provide us any course direction if necessary. So today is certainly an opportunity to do just that. We're also going to ask you to consider revising the policy statement. It's actually not something that you need to do. We don't have any recommendations. There's no legislation that has come up that has needed clarification of the policy statement. But what's particularly unique about this year is this is part of our first time where we had the policy statement approved by the old council, and we wanted to make sure that the new council members had an opportunity to put their imprint on it. You certainly don't have to do that as of today. You will have other opportunities. The next opportunity, as a matter of course, would be probably October. But nonetheless, it's important that if there's anything that the majority of this council feels is just incongruent with your philosophy, this is certainly an opportunity to do that. So I wanted to start off with the state policy priorities. I've identified the 5 of them that council has approved in its policy statement in the memo. And I don't want to go through them all because you've already read them, I'm sure, and you have understood it, and you can ask any questions if you have any. I do want to touch on a few, 3 different topics and some of the bills that have some unique issues that have come up that I wanted to bring to your attention. The first is garnering the Secretary of State's support for ranked choice voting. That's basically implementing HB 21-1071, which gave the Secretary of State the direction to provide us guidance and support for cities like Boulder and now Broomfield to use ranked choice voting in the election of in our case, it's in the election of the mayor. So the good news is that we recently learned that the budget, it all gets rolled into a general budget bill that's considered in later March or early April. It's called the long bill, which is basically the overall budget for the state. The portion of it that has to do with funding the Secretary of State's office has now included funding for the Secretary of State to do the implementation that's necessary. So we're thrilled to hear that. I've been working with Councilmember Benjamin. I know that he's been a champion of this issue, and we've been lobbying this hard because frankly, it actually had some resistance at the JVC at first. They were hesitant to fund it, of course, because there was always the possibility that the Secretary of State's office could do it through raising business fees, and there was a challenge about who was going to pay for what. The second thing I want to talk about is one of council's priorities was to modernize building energy codes. And Representative Burnett is expected to introduce the bills here soon that will do that by modernizing energy codes that will reduce climate emissions and it will save Coloradoans money on their energy bills. It has a few different elements to it. The first part is that cities that have building codes would have to adopt the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code immediately. And then by 2030, they would have to adopt a near zero energy code. And the Colorado Energy Office would be working on developing that model. And of course, cities like Boulder that have adopted codes that are more stringent need not comply with the state's code, but would be exempted. The news on this front is that, as you've heard, I think it was in today's paper, there is a lot of challenges that we're seeing by particularly people who've lost their homes in the Marshall Fire, concerned that stronger energy codes means more money. And there is a wide disparity between what the estimates are. We think that a lot of the estimates are being thrown out there are just wildly disproportionate and really, frankly, a way to avoid stronger energy codes. But there's also a legitimate issue. There is a cost that would probably be more than offset by the energy efficiency savings that the homes would receive. But that's an issue that has to be wrestled with. So this is something that we continue to work with, but I wouldn't be surprised if we have to make some changes in the bill. And so I wanted to just give you a heads up that it's facing some headwinds. The third topic is air pollution, restoring clean air to Colorado. And on that front, there are 2 bills that we've been working on. both that are kind of in conflict. One of them, HB 22-1026, simply takes an existing tax deduction for alternative transportation options that employers provide their employees and makes it into a tax credit. The challenge with that, actually, there is no challenge with that. Well, I guess I should say, in somewhat opposition to that is HB 22-1138 that said, sure, employers, you can have this tax credit, but you have to do a few things to get it. You need to adopt a clean commuting plan, which would include specific requirements for employee outreach, a survey, specific kinds of education. We just learned that yesterday HB 1138 died. So now we only have the HB 1026, which is the Alternative Transportation Options Tax Credit Bill. So that's good news, and that we have that as a greater incentive for employers to provide these options to employees. It's bad news that it doesn't come with a greater level of conditions on what we would like to see employers provide to their employees. Finally, there is an effort that the governor included. The governor included in his budget funding for a program that would encourage free transit passes during the high ozone season. And this would establish a program where CDOT, Department of Transportation, would issue grants to different transit agencies, including RTD, to fund their ability to provide free transit during, let's say, May through September, where here in the Front Range, our ozone tends to be fairly high. We're running into some challenges, partly because RTD right now is a little concerned about providing free transit. They have some concerns about how that might affect operations. So that's an issue that we're wrestling with. And again, this is facing some headwinds. So wanted you to know about those bills. One of them that's good. The other three are kind of, questionable how things are going to evolve, but I wanted you to know where we stood. Also wanted to give you some information on some other bills that are not state council priorities, but that we're nonetheless actively involved with or soon will be. The first one is probably the one that we feel is maybe the strongest, most likely to move forward, which is the Strong Communities Bill. And this would establish a program that over 5 years would have, I believe it's about $150 million made available. The funding will be available to local governments through DOLA and grants. The Colorado Energy Office and the Department of Transportation will be part of the decision makers. It would incentivize compact development. So if cities were to adopt plans, zoning, other policies that would encourage compact development, the state, who's trying to encourage cities to do that, would give the local government money at the front end when those plans were adopted, and at the tail end after it demonstrated success in terms of actually achieving that kind of development. That's a bill that I believe Boulder should support and would support, unless you tell me otherwise, because plain and simple, it's funding that we would be eligible to apply for. So I think anytime a grant program is introduced that local governments are eligible for, we would seek to support it. And I think this is something that's consistent with council's interest. Another bill that we're working on is additional protections for mobile homeowners. This is, I believe, the third year in a row where we've worked on bills that would help the residents of mobile home parks. We're working closely with Representative Bazenecker from Fort Collins. Fantastic legislator who's come in with great energy, great ideas, and an amazing commitment to really dive into the issues and help mobile homeowners. The two main things that it does is it expands the ability for residents to avail themselves of the opportunity to purchase their park. We consider it the holy grail in terms of aligning the interests so that there is no longer necessarily a split interest between the owner of the mobile home and the owner of the mobile home park, who may have interest focused primarily on profit rather than the livelihood of the residents. The second thing that it would do is it would create limits on rent increases for mobile home pads. One of the things that Boulder has supported, and I was speaking to Councilmember Folkerts about this earlier this afternoon, is we have a position in support of repeal of the rent control limitation. But we also have a position in support of the more surgical repeal of rent control limitations when they apply to mobile homes. There's a uniquely compelling argument that those who own a mobile home when it's really not that mobile can be in a really challenging spot if they're subject to frequent and very high rent increases. So that bill is going to be introduced here soon. We've been working closely with the representative and the coalition, including a lot of our mobile home park residents, and we're excited about that. And I think those two bills stand a good chance of passing. Then there is SB 22-131, titled Protect Health of Pollinators and People. We are working with Senator Sonia Hawkes-Lewis and Kevin Priola. Kevin Priola is a Republican, Hawkes-Lewis is a Democrat, so we do have bipartisan support here. As introduced, it would require and create very broad policy change that affects the protection of pollinators and people. Our main focus is that it would repeal the local preemption that prevents local governments and Boulder in specific to regulate pesticides. It's scheduled for a hearing this Thursday before the Senate Agriculture and Natural Resource Committee at 1:30, in case anybody's interested. Working with Councilmember Benjamin, we were able to secure the Colorado Municipal League's support for this bill. They are a champion for all things local, and that includes repeal of state preemption. However, this one is facing a lot of resistance. There's a lot of entities, industries that are opposed to it, and it's kind of surprising us. And we don't have necessarily the votes to declare success on this. So I wanted to give you a heads up that we might need to narrow the scope of the bill. And we'll see how narrow we need to do it and what kind of exemptions from the preemption we might have to provide. But the goal is to make some forward progress and give our city council greater authority to regulate pesticides. The last bill that I want to touch on is the Extended Producer Responsibility Bill that has not been introduced, but will be introduced by Representative Cutter and Senator Priola. Again, this is bipartisan. It would create fees on all companies that provide packaging, whether that be primary, secondary, or tertiary packages. It would provide funding for local governments for recycling and waste disposal services. And it may also support end-use producers that will provide new products that industry can rely on. This one, again, it's challenging. We're hoping it goes forward. Right now, there's still a lot of negotiations, specifically with industries that are making some arguments that they need to be exempted for one reason or another. So that's both a recognition that some industries really should be exempted and some just politically, in order to get this bill passed, need to be. So those are the bills that I wanted to bring to your attention. I wanted to turn it over to Adam Eichberg and Will Coyne, our state lobbyists. I don't know if some of our new council members have met them, but hopefully they've been given panelists privileges. And if one of them is available, I'd love for them to provide an update on things more general, including political strategic issues that we've been engaged in.
Great. Thanks, Carl. Hi, nice to see everyone. I'm Adam. The other one's Will. Sometimes people confuse us. I'm the one with hair. He's the one without, in case anyone's wondering. We are on day 50 of the legislative session. So we are about 40% in. There's 120 days, so 70 days left. There have been to date 423 bills already introduced, which I was doing the math while we were talking, and which seems like a lot, but also kind of a scary number because typically in a session we see between 600 and 700 bills. So there could be up to 200, 250 more things coming. Leadership has mostly said that they're going to stop the late bill train this year. They say that every year, so I would be surprised if they do. So I think we should expect to see a lot more coming. I think the most exciting news for the city of Boulder is the ascension of Steve Fenberg to become Senate President. I think we should really acknowledge that, you know, leadership from Boulder is something that seems to be almost every session at the Capitol. Steve was the majority leader. Now he's the president. Leroy Garcia took a job. He was termed out and took an early leave to become an assistant. I don't actually know what he's doing. He's the assistant to the assistant for something at the Pentagon. But I think Steve's move literally across the hall from the majority leader's office to the president's office bodes well for the city's priorities, and we're excited to continue to get to work with him. I want to mention a couple things that Carl didn't directly address in his talk about what we still see coming and some of the big issues of the session. The biggest issue of the session, as we count it, really has to do with money. As you all know, during the pandemic, the state cut, something like $3 billion from the state budget. The state's economy has recovered and then some with the addition of the federal dollars. And there still is close to $1.5 billion of ARPA funds to be allocated this legislative session. There were 3 special task force, one on workforce, one on housing, and one on mental health that's divvying up the remainder of the dollars. Those task force issued reports about a month ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, and the legislature is now starting to draft bills to do the implementation. I know we talked about within the legislative group, the collective bargaining bill that some folks in the union community have been advocating for. It's still taking up a lot of oxygen at the Capitol, a lot of discussion. As I think you all probably know from following it, the governor has said he wouldn't sign it in the form that was presented to him. The advocates are still working out what they want to do and what that bill might look like moving forward. So it's definitely a hot topic. The other hot topic of the day has to do with ketamine. If you would recall, 3 years ago, a bipartisan bill that was both bipartisanly sponsored and received almost majority votes in both chambers, decriminalized the possession of ketamine. As you've seen in the newspaper, there have been multiple stories about deaths. I'm sorry, ketamine. Will just texted me. Fentanyl. Sorry, fentanyl, yeah. Not ketamine. That's a different bill. Fentanyl. Fentanyl deaths recently, and the legislature is now talking about how to best address the fentanyl problem, particularly in light of what just happened in Adams County with those 5 adults who thought they were using cocaine and ended up using fentanyl and just dying on the spot. There are a couple bills dealing with healthcare and trying to reduce costs. Governor Polis has been really, really hot on his 4 years about trying to reduce the cost of healthcare, and I think we'll see several additional bills. And then maybe the last thing I'll mention is the frame generally at the Capitol coming from the majority party, the Democrats, and the governor's office has been about how to make things less expensive for everyday folks. And so whether that's lowering the fees on driver's licenses by just a couple bucks, or postponing the implementation of certain fee increases that were in the transportation bill, or any of the other things that they've been doing, they really believe that those dollars and cents are going to add up, and folks will actually feel it in their pocketbooks. So maybe I'll stop there now that I gave a little bit of a ramble. I don't know if, Will, you have anything to add, or if not, Carl, we're happy to answer questions on specific bills.
Good summary.
You good, Will? All right.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. So the only thing I'll add is I actually, again, was speaking with Councilmember Felkerts this afternoon, and one of the things she asked me about is the policy statement language with regards to healthcare reform. And at the time I said, I don't think there's any action. And so I actually have since learned, and you just heard, that there might be action. What I told her, and it's important for you all to know, is that last year, the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee was tasked with looking into this very issue and what our position should be. And one of the things we've recognized is that there were different approaches to healthcare reform, both at the federal level and at the state level, and that reasonable minds were differing. And so what we did is we recommended a language that Council eventually approved that is fairly high level and doesn't provide specific direction on what kind of healthcare bill to support. There was a recognition that there was a lot of stakeholders that we would have to take into account, including our own community, Boulder Community Hospital. So that's where things stand. The policy statement will at the very least alert me to track it and bring it to your attention. I'd bring it to the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, but it wouldn't be actionable like many other positions. I would need council or at least the committee's further direction before being able to convey support for any bill that comes out related to healthcare reform. So that's all I have. I'm eager to hear what questions you might have.
All right, thanks for the update, Carl, and Will and Adam, always good to hear from you. Appreciate the update. We've got Junie and then Nicole, and then I'll call myself.
Thank you, Aaron. I have a few questions for whether it's Carl or Adam, but I'll start with Carl first. So you mentioned the specific bills that you mentioned. Are you looking for support from us for these specifically tonight?
No, so I mean, I just learned about the fact that there is going to be healthcare bills introduced. I know absolutely nothing about them. And I think it's premature for any conversation to take place. I was merely pointing out that knowing that this council may be interested in these topics, in fact, that's why we put this position in there. I wanted to let you know that unlike every other position that is actionable and it basically allows me to move forward and take a position, this is one that is not. So what I will do is when we know more information, I know that you care. I will bring it to the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. They'll advise me on how best to proceed, whether they think they can make a decision or whether they think it requires full council consideration. Or it could also be the case that they decide that they should stand down or stay neutral. So that was the only purpose of that.
Okay. I have a question for Adam, and I don't know if you have any information on this. Is there any, I am under the impression that there might be a bill coming forward for flavored marijuana, to ban flavored marijuana. Do you have any information on that bill?
It's not to ban flavored marijuana. There is a bill. It's been introduced. I think that, Carl, correct me if I'm wrong, the city has taken a position in support of the bill to ban flavored tobacco products. And it is similar to the ban that was pushed in Boulder, in Denver recently, that the mayor vetoed. It includes all flavored products, including menthol, and both for vaping and combustible tobacco.
Okay.
And it has a hearing scheduled for next Tuesday, I want to say, and I think that they are still desperately counting the votes.
Okay.
That bill is 1064. I was just going to tell you that bill is 1064 if you wanted to look it up.
Okay. Thank you for that. And also I think maybe for me and also maybe my fellow council members and people in the community, I was under the impression that the collective bargaining bill was moving forward, or at least had a lot of momentum and something was happening with that. Is this not something that is going forward at this moment?
So to date, the bill has not yet been introduced. I think the advocates are still looking for a path through the legislature and one that the governor will sign. I hate to look into a crystal ball and guess whether or not it's going to even be introduced or passed, but I know that, you know, we talk with advocates, they're friends of ours, and they are plowing full steam ahead, and they are trying to get to a place where they've got a bill that they can get through and get the governor to sign.
Okay.
I would just add there was a Post article maybe 2 weekends ago by Alex Burness that was it was really pretty spot on. Sometimes, you know, we read the press on legislative stuff and like, that's not really what's happened. Really nailed it. You know, the governor's outlined some portions that he's willing to entertain in negotiation around, particularly counties and higher ed. And, you know, I think that the union world has a pretty broad coalition, and they've not yet decided whether, you know, they can go down that road of entertaining that negotiation. So this is one of those ones, as Adam said, we're only 40% of the way through, and we may be still talking about this in the last couple of weeks of session.
Thank you. I have a question for maybe Carl on this one. I mean, I'm in full support, and I'm wondering, how can I or other council members who are in support of collective bargain, how can they either support this bill? And maybe that's a question for Adam as well. I just don't know which one of the two of you. How can we support this bill and support, you know, President Fenberg?
Yeah, good question, Councilmember Joseph. Well, first of all, the city, through the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, as you know, had this conversation about this bill, and they made it very clear that they are strongly supportive. They also indicated that they had some concerns with some issues. They felt that those issues would most likely be addressed in the negotiations that are going to occur. Basically, anything that the governor is going to request is going to require meeting our issues and probably several others. So at this point, it seemed best to allow the powers that are really shaping this bill to kind of have their conversations. And we would certainly engage when a bill is introduced. And ideally, that would meet our concerns, and the city could wave the flag and go testify in committee and things of that nature. So that's what we're hoping for.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Aaron.
Thanks for that, Jeannie. Nicole, me, then Matt.
Thank you. Thanks for this presentation. I had kind of a question and a thought, Carl, related to your initial question for us about revisions and thinking about how to revise the policy statement at the next opportunity. Adam kind of noted that the state economy has recovered and then some, and I think that that is true for some people and not all people. I think kind of like we saw after 2008, seems like the pandemic has exacerbated some inequities that existed, potentially as growing our income inequality. And so one of the questions I had is, are there any bills that are kind of focused on this aspect of it, sort of in line with our city's racial equity goals, and just thinking about, you know, how we can support things that are really focused on addressing some of the growing income inequality? I know, you said there were some bills about saving folks, a few dollars here and there, all wonderful. While some folks are, getting a few more dollars, other folks are getting thousands or hundred thousands of more dollars, right? So we're really seeing this income inequality grow. So that's one of my questions. And the second question, the question specifically is, are there any bills that are trying to address some of the growing income inequality within our state? The second question is around potential revisions. I think one of the things I would be interested in is whether this is a place where the racial equity tool could be applied to thinking about our policy statement and the kinds of legislation that we will be promoting and looking forward to. So I don't know if that's there's somebody who could speak to whether or not it could be applied to this process, but is the feedback that I would have that I'd like to see.
Thank you. So one of council's state priorities is mental behavioral health, and that specifically includes, among other things, not just removing the barriers to care, but funding for mental and behavioral health. Fortunately, as Adam mentioned, the big things that are occurring at the General Assembly are considerations of a large amount of money. I think it's like $450 million for mental and behavioral health, about the same for affordable housing. And then there's also a significant amount of money for economic support. All of those really are targeted to those who have been left behind during the pandemic and the recovery. So we are very eager to not only apply for that funding, because local governments are going to be eligible for it, but to shape the programs that are made available. We have been meeting with Representative Mobley, for example, and all of our legislators as they were on the committee, as the committees were making the initial recommendations that will now be translated into bills. So we're kind of in that stage between a task force has recommended that the money be used for these purposes, and they gave some ideas. We now need to see specific bills, and you can bet that we're going to be actively involved in supporting those bills and making sure that our community members and frankly, those throughout Colorado who've been left behind are made eligible for these funds. So that's my answer to your first question. The second question, it's a great one. I actually, as part of my performance review, I said that one of the things that I like to propose for 2022 is a more systematic approach to including the equity tool. And if not development of the policy statement, then at least use of it, or perhaps both. So I would hope that next time I come before you and ask you for revisions, that it has information about that. So you can take into account, who are the winners, who are the losers if these policies move forward, and how does that play out? So that's my commitment to you.
Thanks, Carl. I appreciate that.
On myself then, Matt. Carl, that was great. That's great to hear. Nicole, that was a really excellent question, and I'm really excited to hear, Carl, that you're diving into that work going forward. Look forward to seeing the results of that. I just wanted to follow up when you said about the healthcare, the current healthcare policy not being actionable in and of itself. I thought the language in there said that we would support anything that made healthcare more affordable and I think more accessible as well. Would we not support a bill that clearly made healthcare more affordable, just based on that policy statement?
So the situation we found ourselves in last year when there were some residents who were asking us to support Medicare for all or healthcare for all was a recognition that there was a competing approach that was out there. And we basically met with the committee and discussed the pros and cons and recognized that there were stakeholders in our own community that might be affected by one approach versus the other. So the committee said, we really need more facts. This is kind of operating in the theoretical realm. We're not ready to give staff or older officials direction on what to support, but we want to make sure that we engage on this when it comes. So the policy statement position, and I'm not pulling it up immediately, has language that basically says may or something to the extent of bring it to our attention. And we occasionally do that when we want to make sure that an item is flagged for your attention, but we feel like council will need to weigh competing political interest. And that's how this current position is worded. So I wouldn't feel comfortable taking that position and applying it to a specific bill, nor do I recommend that you make it more specific right now, because the same considerations that occurred last year I think are still out there. My recommendation would be, let me bring to you what is being proposed. And if all of you think that it is in support of what you believe should happen, the city can actively support it.
Okay, well, I was on that committee last year, and so thanks for the reminder. I thought we had landed in a slightly different place. So maybe it's something that we can talk over further on the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, because I do want to make sure that our city can be fully in support of measures that make healthcare more affordable to people. And I think if you bring it to us, we absolutely will be, but it might be good to be a little more nimble on it going forward as well. Thanks. That was all I had, Matt.
Thanks, Aaron. And Carl, Will, Adam, thank you guys for the work you're doing. The advocacy, the lobbying you're doing is certainly in service of the values in our community. Really appreciate it. These policy positions are fantastic and have a diverse suite of ways that we can help our community and the state as a whole. Question I have is transportation related. It's about the Idaho Stop Bill, HB 221028. And so I was kind of curious. I didn't see that in the list. I didn't hear about it. So I want to know, where do we have an official position on that? Because I think that's about to go to the Senate, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe just already has. So it's right in that phase. But I just want to get your thoughts on where we are with that. And if there's any position we need to take or action that we or the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee needs to do ahead of it ascending to the Senate as it continues to move through the chambers.
Yeah, so Councilmember Benjamin, thank you for the question. It is on the list. It has a title that doesn't say, what is it, the safety stops. It has some
Idaho Stop, yeah.
Controlled intersections. And I can't pull it up right now and maintain a conversation with you, but it's there. We are supportive. What happened was I took it to the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee and I said, on the one hand, you've given me direction through your policy statement to protect local control, which would include the ability of our own council and transportation and police department to decide what should and should not occur at our intersections. On the other hand, you've also given me direction that you want to facilitate the use of bicycles and of safety. And even there's a question about whether this does or doesn't further safety. I said, so I don't have enough direction. And so what the committee said is, why don't you bring it to the Transportation Advisory Board? They are certainly familiar with these issues. We did a memo for them and took it to them, and they decided unanimously that we should support it. I brought that back to the committee. The committee said, okay, with that, we support it as well, and we think that's within the realm of what a decision the committee can make. So I'm hoping that that's something that the full council is embracing. In terms of where it stands, if Adam or Will have any intel on that, that'd be great to hear.
Sure, it did pass out of the House. It's waiting its first hearing in the Senate. I think it was assigned to Senate Transportation. Some of the committees with the changes got a little changed, so some members switched out, and I think the bill is scheduled for hearing next week. I can look, but they're into the Senate and they're optimistic.
Great, thank you for the update. I mean, the continuity, I know we want local control, but having a state thing, especially as we're trying to connect to our sister communities through biking, having continuity with those rules, I think is really, really important. And this sort of plays into allowing us to maintain some of that continuity and focusing on Vision Zero. So I hope that's something that we can keep moving forward on and get it passed.
Right, yeah, in fact, that was the argument that won the day at TAB was, among all other arguments, the importance of uniformity and preventing confusion for bicyclists who don't always know what city they're in when they're biking.
Right, but do remember that the bill doesn't approve it in all communities. It allows local communities to approve it themselves.
Well, actually, no. I think that was the last bill, right? This one actually makes it throughout the state.
Yes, yeah. It
I don't think so.
So the previous bill had basically given local government options. And so now this bill says, okay, we've done that, and we're concerned about the patchwork. And so we want to have a uniform requirement. Yeah, that's
okay.
That 100% to be the truth, unless there was a radical change made in the last 24 hours.
I am looking now to make sure that I'm making sure that I have it wrong.
Yeah. Part of the confusion maybe, Adam, is that the summary first goes into explaining the history, including the fact that it includes local option, and then it goes on to say this bill would take it further and make it a statewide mandate.
Thanks for that. And I'll just note that, Rachel, this is a great example of us starting to send things to TAB, and it went really well. So it was awesome example of that. Jenny, I heard from you that you had a colloquy on this one?
Yes, it's a quick one. I just wanted maybe Carl to just mention to us what is the incongruity between local control and some of the bill that are being proposed, just because I feel like some of us don't fully understand what is local control and why do we say that when it comes to certain bills that seem to be a good idea, but you brought up forward local control?
Right. Great question. A fundamental question, in fact. So the way I look at it is, unless council has said otherwise through their master plans, through their statements, through other policy statement positions, the default position is protect local control. Because of course, we wouldn't want a state law that says, this is how much you have to pay your employees, for example. We wouldn't want them to say, you can't have red light camera. There's a lot of areas that almost all of us agree we would not want to yield our local control. We wouldn't want to be made state employees or have the state collect our local taxes. However, I always look at that as a backstop. So, for example, collective bargaining. It used to be that I would just look at that as, well, that's local control. I learned last year that that is an issue that this council and the previous council actually supported. And just like in the issue of the environment, there are many times where the city feels, yes, we'll gladly yield our local control because we think the public's interest is served better by addressing it at the state or even the federal level. So I'm definitely aware of that, but I also realize that there's a need for a backstop. You can imagine the array of intrusions that the state, perhaps not this particular General Assembly, but others might interfere with our local decisions that would basically make your council, your positions irrelevant. And of course, we don't want that.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you very much.
All right, we got Mark and then Lauren.
Carl, Adam, Will, thank you as always. Great efforts on behalf of the city. It was recently reported that I think it was only 2 out of 48, maybe it was 2 out of 46 sales of manufactured home communities took place in which the residents were able to actually exercise their right to acquire the facility. Can you be a little more specific as to how the bill that is currently on offer would improve that process?
Sure. So that's absolutely right. On the one hand, there's been successes. On the other hand, there's been way too few. There's a few ways that it would improve it. First of all, if the seller of the park announces that they are selling, they need to give notice to the residents. This bill would expand the kind of notice and the kind of collaboration and information they would have to share, the kind of good faith negotiation that they would have to engage in. It would also say that if the residents decided to assign that opportunity to purchase to a government, that it then would become a right of first refusal, which is substantively different in that the local government could then say, you asked for $3 million, we offer $3 million, end of story. We've met your conditions. So that's a pretty significant change. It also would have, I mentioned $450 million for affordable housing that the task force has recommended. Part of that money would go towards helping to make it more achievable for communities to work together to buy their parks. So those are some of the examples.
Thank you. And my other question is, can any of you speak to the actual prospects for passage, both of that bill and the bill to establish limitations on increases in pad rents?
So those are both the same bill. And, I can tell you that the homework that's been done in terms of outreach, the coalition is very strong. I don't have a good way to predict the ability for that bill to pass. And I don't know if Will or Adam do. I feel like we're doing all the right things. We have support of a lot of important legislators. But yeah, I can't really say more than that. Will, Adam, do you have any intel on that?
My crystal ball is pretty fuzzy on that one.
Yeah, we are definitely an active member. And part of being an active member doesn't just mean, like, we've certainly been active in drafting the bill, but we're also very active in, Will and Adam are among the best in the game. And so we are lending our lobbying resources at the Capitol to make sure that the people that need to be spoken to and the lobbying that needs to occur occurs. And I personally feel fairly confident, more likely than not, that it'll pass.
I think it's a very important bill, so I wish you the best of luck in bringing it across the finish line. Thank you.
Lauren.
And then I just had a quick question sort of about our policy document. On the first sheet, we have sort of state and federal priorities, where there are just a couple of the items that are within our larger policy document. And I'm wondering how are those items treated differently from the other items that are in the packet? Like, what does it mean to be pulled out as one of those 5 in terms of the work you guys are doing on our behalf?
So we initially had a policy statement that was much shorter. It was 3 or 4 pages. And over the years, it grew, much to the chagrin of some council members, to the point that you now have what you have here. You have 43 pages with 71 positions, and many of them have sub positions. And so, some people were saying, well, this is a wish list. You can't possibly be actively working on all these issues. So it's a twofold balance. On one hand, we want to have positions there. So if the opportunity arises, if the bill gets introduced, we don't have to go running back to council and say, we need a decision yesterday, because that's how fast things move to General Assembly. But on the other hand, we wanted to make sure that we knew the ones that you felt were most important and that should be prioritized, the ones that we have to be the most proactive on, and the ones that we, frankly, are going to be measured on. So to the extent that we succeed or don't succeed or partly succeed, we'll be reporting back that to you. So that's the difference. The list of state and federal priorities is intentionally kept short. I'm the only FTE that's full-time dedicated at this city for this. Others, like for example, the county, that have numerous people that work full-time on lobbying issues. So it's a question of being realistic. We don't want to create a false pretense that we're actively working on a lot of things that we can't. Sometimes, like the mobile home bill, it's not listed as a priority, but we know it matters a lot to the council. It previously was a priority. We were given the opportunity, so we're actually working on it much like it was a priority.
Thank you. That helps a lot.
Thanks. All right. Well, it's interesting. I've gotten like 4 texts in the last 5 minutes about the time. As we are well past 10 o'clock here, but this has been a really helpful set of questions and discussion. Teresa, do you want to pop in and educate us on the appropriate next step to take on the time?
I'm happy to do that, Mayor. In addition, I want to remind you that this is a public hearing, yes. So it is important to open and close the public hearing on this matter.
I'll do that.
But before you take up any new matters, because it is after 9 o'clock, if you were to want to take up any new matters that will extend beyond 10:30, that requires a vote of the council and a 2/3 agreement. In addition, I would recommend to you at that time that you go ahead and take up the matter of whether to extend beyond 11 p.m. if necessary, as that also requires a 2/3 majority.
Thank you for that. So, Rachel?
I would just like to make the motion that we need to open new matters as necessary and continue beyond 11 if needed.
Having been to the CAC meetings, I would like to second that, given what's coming up as well.
Yeah, we do have some time-sensitive matters remaining that we will try to move through expeditiously. So we have a motion and a second, Bob?
There's 2 matters that are time-sensitive. Is the employee review time-sensitive? It's only the 1st of March. Do we have to do that tonight?
Yes, it is quite time-sensitive as we are already delayed.
I thought we usually do that in the summer or early fall.
I can move through it really quickly when we get there, but
okay, I'll trust you.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've got a motion and a second. Maybe we can express an intention after we approve this motion, if we do, to move swiftly and expeditiously through the remaining matters. Let's see, I guess this will be does anyone object to the motion on the table? Bob, I keep waiting for you to cast the George Karakian honorary no vote on these, but you know.
No, I don't want to offend my friend Nicole, because she promised a very speedy resolution. So I'm looking forward to that. So I'm not going to object this time.
Very good. Okay, so that's thanks for that, Rachel. So that passes, and now we'll come back to the matter at hand. It seems like we're done with questions, so I will go ahead and open a public hearing on this matter. Alicia, do we have no one signed up for this one as well?
That is correct, sir.
All right, well, I will duly close the public hearing then and return it back to council for consideration. Although I will start that by saying, Carl, is it correct that we don't have to take any affirmative action here? Is that right? We already have an approved policy statement. So the only reason we need to take an action is if somebody wanted to alter it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great. So then let me frame it this way. Would anyone like to suggest any alterations to the policy statement? And Rachel, you've got a hand up, but I'm not sure if that's a new one. Okay. All right. There's Lauren.
So, and this is more of like a long range thought rather than one that I think needs to be addressed right in this moment. But I was thinking that I would love it if the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee might look into a couple of the things that have been brought up, around it. And maybe it makes sense that these should come back when we do a deeper dive in October. I leave that up to that committee, if that makes sense. But looking at, our stances on how we can better support racial equity, reduce income inequality. I would also love to see a statement about supporting compact development. I know that Boulder itself is relatively compact compared to a number of other communities. And I think that sort of similarly to our energy codes, supporting that kind of development throughout the state would help support our community at large. And then also just a discussion around healthcare, and if there are any updates to that would make sense with our new council. Those are just the things that I flagged as areas where I see potential that maybe this council has moved from where the past council might have made suggestions. Not that I think that we absolutely need to make changes on that tonight, but just something, again, that perhaps the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee could consider.
So, Carl, would you be amenable to putting those items on the agenda for our next IGA committee meeting to start talking over those?
Absolutely, and I think it may be appropriate to convene the committee before the session is over, since there's still quite a bit to be introduced.
Great. Lauren, does that cover your comment and concern? All right, thanks for that. All right, well, seeing no proposals for changes then, I think we can take this item to a close. Carl, do you need anything else from us?
I don't. Just want to thank you very much for some great questions, and look forward to continuing to update you on this.
Appreciate your help as always, and likewise, Will and Adam, for your able assistance on these matters. All right, that brings our public hearings to a close. Alicia, what do we got next?
Next we have, sir, under item 6A, under matters from the city manager, the COVID update check-in on return to in-person meetings.
And we will try to make that as expeditious as possible. We had just previously put out to you, council, where we stood with coming back to coming back to the workplace for some of our staff that was in hybrid mode and offering to you sort of our thoughts on when should council and the public come back when the CDC came out with new guidelines and has switched that around and put it on its head. So I'm going to pass it over to Pam Davis, our assistant city manager, to share with you what that looks like and what new thoughts are as we think about inviting everybody back. Pam?
Thank you, Mayor and members of council and Nuria. It's great to be back with you tonight. We did go ahead and prepare just a couple of visual slides for you as we work through this item. So I'd request Emily to pull those up now. Thank you. Again, my name is Pam Davis, Assistant City Manager, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm returning to present this update on some of the changes that Nuria just alluded to that have occurred at the CDC level as it relates to Boulder County's COVID status, and then ask you to consider some parameters and timing for implementing hybrid council meetings. So next slide, please. And I think we have a little bar blocking the top of that screen. I'm not sure if that can be dealt with or not.
It goes away.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So as you recall, as Nuria stated, about 2 weeks ago, we had shared with you a framework for city operations in terms of what transmission levels would dictate a change in when city offices would be open versus virtual, et cetera. And then Friday afternoon, the 25th, so just last Friday, we received news that the CDC has shifted its thinking a little bit in terms of how community risk is measured. And so they're still measuring transmission the way that we had included in our thinking before, but there's a new CDC metric that is referred to as your community COVID-19 community level. And this is a new tool that is designed to help local communities determine what preventative measures to take to protect themselves. So along with this new framework is also a greater shift toward local control and local public health agencies making the right decisions for themselves on what kind of public health policies to implement. So this new framework, you see the broad framework here on the slide, and in case you haven't been familiar with it, I thought I would just take a few seconds to orient you to it. So the way that this tool works now is that there are just 3 levels called low, medium, high, or green, yellow, and orange. And they're really determined by still case numbers. So you'll see in the left-hand column that the current threshold the CDC is really concerned with is if your rolling case 7-day average is fewer than 200 per 100,000 or greater than 200 per 100,000. And once you have that answer, you then cross the chart to the right and look at the secondary indicators of hospital admissions, specifically for COVID-19, and percent of beds occupied with patients with COVID-19. And based on your numbers in those 2 categories, that's how the CDC now classifies those measures. The transmission metric that we had been more focused on previously dealt with case numbers and positivity rates. So this is a different calculation with sort of different thresholds to measure risk. So with that, at the same time, if any of you saw any of the news releases, the map that used to be the entire United States was just bright red. Now you'll see that the United States is a big patchwork of green, yellow, and orange, and Boulder County falls squarely in that green community level when it comes to how our risk is measured per the CDC under these new guidelines. In addition to that, when we just talk about transmission, case counts do continue to decline in Boulder County in particular, and we think a lot of that does have to do with our great vaccination rate and the measures that have been implemented, the length of time we kept our indoor masking order in place and things like that. And so we anticipate as those trends decline, our transmission rate will start to look greener and greener, just like this new community level measurement. We were able to get in touch with Boulder County Public Health very briefly before this evening, just to sort of corroborate our understanding of how this structure works and validate our staff recommendation that we're about to present to you related to hybrid meetings. So they're supportive of where we are now. They received the new information at the same time we did, so their teams are currently in the midst of digesting this information, as well as collaborating with neighboring local public health agencies. So we expect to hear a little bit more from them and how some of this new information will shift their thinking, but they don't anticipate anything that's significantly out of alignment from what you hear tonight. And again, they're looking forward to this shift toward greater local control over how we regulate public health at this time. So as we continue internally to make adjustments based on this information, we can go to the next slide, Emily, and just talk a little bit about council meetings proper, and then other meetings that council members are involved with. So to put it out there, because we want you to have plenty of time for conversation, we recommend that with Boulder County in the green level, according to CDC's community level, and the ongoing downward trend of cases, that we're confident from a public health standpoint that council meetings may go hybrid as soon as a majority of council determines that you all are ready to do so. From a public process perspective, we do recommend the earliest hybrid meeting with council take place April 5th at the earliest. So that first regular meeting in April, that will just give us a couple weeks to get the facility cleaned back up again and ready, and give time for some of those minor process adjustments that take place when we go hybrid versus exclusively virtual. And then our recommendation would be we would have about a month, so 2 regular meetings of just staff and council back in chambers, so that we can ensure everything's working smoothly. And then at the earliest, welcome the public back in May. That will also give us ample time to communicate to the public how a new hybrid public comment process would work, because now we'll be in the situation where when community members show up to provide testimony, we may have some coming in on Zoom, some standing at the podium with the microphone. And so we just want to ensure those workflows are well communicated and that websites are updated, and we're ready to provide a smooth experience for our community members. And then I think the final point on this recommendation is just that as an ongoing practice, indefinitely, we have a couple staff members, and my colleague James Brown, our risk manager, is also on this call here today. He and I, working with the COVID team, will just do a daily check of where we are on the CDC framework. And if it appears the city's headed back into orange or red levels of community risk or transmission, that we would recommend in that situation, we would make a recommendation to council to resume back with a virtual only environment while we are in those higher risk time periods. So that would just be our longer term opportunity to ensure that we're keeping an eye on our current state. Okay, so that's the recommendation. And then the next slide, I believe we have great. So we have a little chart we just created to help aid the discussion, Mayor, if this is helpful. There are a couple of details we'd like to hear from council in order to be able to implement whatever your will is when it comes to hybrid meetings. So the first question we have is, when would you like to implement hybrid council meetings overall? Again, staff recommendation would be the first meeting April 5th for council and staff, and May 3rd at the earliest. Certainly you can tell us, no, you need to do it faster. You can tell us that sounds great, but let's wait 3 more months. You can tell us to move forward. We welcome any of that feedback. And then the chart you see below are some of the specifics. Some of these things we have talked about through past conversation. So when we go across the chart from left to right, we've discussed that regular and special meetings, because of having public participation in those, that there is a strong interest in going hybrid when it is safe. Study sessions, in the past, council has expressed an interest of maintaining those virtual since they are conversations among council members, but we welcome your feedback to validate or change that decision. Also, past conversations have determined that CAC and council committees would be virtual because of the nature of them occurring during the workday. Again, if there are particular cases in which a committee wants to meet in person or that sort of thing, we can always accommodate exceptions, but we'd love to hear from you on that. And then finally, boards and commissions, our recommendation for you is that boards and commissions at their discretion can determine whether they be virtual or hybrid based on the makeup of those boards and commissions. And we just ask from a staff perspective, if we could again give us a grace period of about a month after the council meeting shift, so that we could just ensure that we're organized and supporting boards and commissions in adequate meeting spaces, hybrid technology, that sort of thing. And then finally, following those decisions is whether council would like to direct us to work with the city attorney's office related to establishing a council rule or procedure around attendance in these hybrid settings. So for example, does council want to determine that as a body, members, individual members, can opt no more than twice per year to attend a hybrid meeting virtually, or that perhaps any hybrid meeting must have at least 5 members in person, that sort of thing. So with that, those are the questions before you, and I turn it back over to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that, Pam. Really appreciate those recommendations. I'm going to make one process suggestion here for our discussion tonight. It is quite late. I would recommend that last question is not something we try to pin down tonight. I think we should come back to that at another time when we're a little fresher. But I do want us to talk about when we would like to start doing in person. So people can say what they think about the staff recommendation. That would be great. I've got Bob, Mark, and Nicole.
Thanks, Aaron. Thanks, Pam. I appreciate that. I'm not going to weigh in the recommendations, but I did I have a question for Pam. Pam, if we did go back to in-person meetings on April 5th, I believe that one is scheduled to be a joint public meeting with the county commissioners. Have we checked with the commissioners about whether they're comfortable meeting in person?
We have not specifically on that meeting, but we would do that quickly, and we can get.
Okay, because I think that meeting is pretty much a single purpose meeting, just a little housekeeping. But I think that like 80%, 90% of that meeting is just pretty much us sitting with commissioners talking about the library district. So the only thing I would throw out there is if the commissioners are cool with that, that's fine. If they're not cool with that, then that kind of makes that pretty much a moot question.
Thanks for that, Bob.
Great point.
I'm sorry, just to weigh in, Bob, would you then suggest if that's not true that we then think about it for the next regularly scheduled April meeting?
Sure, that'd be fine. I'm kind of neutral on when we meet in person. I'm just, before we decide tonight, we're going to meet on April 5th. We probably should
absolutely
respectfully ask the commissioners, since they're pretty much our meeting. And so it would be either the 5th if they're cool with it, and then 19th or even in May 3rd if they're not cool with it.
Great. Mark, Nicole, Matt, Lauren.
Okay, Pam, a question. One of the slides was a little confusing to me. Are you suggesting that we go back to virtual if we've established an in-presence meeting only if we hit the high level or if we hit the more moderate level?
So our recommendation is the high level. That's based on and I didn't put every single thing on the slide because there's a lot on that new CDC page. Both the low and the medium level carry almost the exact same suggested precautions. It's once you hit the high level that the CDC starts recommending mandatory indoor masking and things like that. And so by our staff and in talking with Boulder County Public Health, we find it's a much stronger distinction between medium and high rather than low and medium. That said, ultimately, when it comes to these meetings in particular, it's about you and your comfort level to carry out your business, so we can adjust as needed.
Okay, I like your proposal. I'm probably a little more reticent about sort of the middle ground, and if we're trending in the wrong direction, I'm not sure I want to wait till we hit red before we make a different decision. Caution to me in this subject is always warranted. In terms of timing, I'm fine with it, and obviously we will have further conversation about rules regarding hybrid participation at a different time. So that covers the waterfront for me right now.
Matt and Lauren.
Thanks, Pam, and thank you, staff, for thinking so carefully about all of this. Generally, yes, is my short answer. One of the things that I'm just wondering about, because I'm still just really sensitive to the fact that there are folks in our community who are dealing with autoimmune issues, who are compromised in some way, right? And have we gotten any input, from them on the kinds of things that we might be able to put in place? Like, one of the things I've been thinking about is, we often ask if folks need accommodations or, translation or something like that. If we know that somebody really wants to come in and speak to us in person, and they are immunocompromised, can we agree to wear masks, for that meeting or something like that? I'm curious about what ideas folks may have in the community for how we can make it as a space that feels comfortable. I like Mark's point about not waiting till red. I would also like to do that. I think it does feel like our country sort of decided that we can just move on from this pandemic. The rates are still not zero, right? We still have people getting really sick in the hospital. And we still don't really have a good understanding of who gets the longer term COVID and why, but it's pretty disabling for folks that do. And so, I just want to, very eager to see you all again and be in person again. And I just want to make sure that we're being sensitive to folks in our community who may be at particular risk.
Thanks for that. Oh, would you like me to respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead, please do.
Okay, I was just simply say, Nicole, to the question about accommodations, we can think about that for if someone really wants to come in person. Most of our thinking at this point really is we intend to be hybrid into the future. And so there will always be, as far as we're concerned, options for the public to participate virtually. So I think that's really our first level of protection, but balancing participation with safety. We have an ADA accommodation process, and we can think through if there's a good way to make that a smooth process as it arises.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just want to make sure it's a choice that everybody has access to.
Matt.
Well, thanks for the presentation and the thoughtfulness on how to sort of phase us back into 2 years of not doing this. I mean, I think back to December 3rd, that was our only chance to go into council chambers, and then we went right back to hybrid. So I'm gonna have to relearn muting and unmuting a microphone and everything else. But I think directly, one of the things that I didn't see presented that is a concern for me is vaccination status. I do think that we all had to present our vaccination status to have that meeting in December. Granted, COVID was a little different, but it's also still not, right? It is still highly transmissible. I still have a daughter that is unvaccinated. There's a population completely under 5 that still doesn't have any level of protection, even though the masks have been lifted. So I think that if we're bringing a bunch of people together, not just council, but packing a lot of people into the audience, I think that we need to strongly consider how vaccination is part of our protective level in order to make sure that that is a safe environment for all, especially to be unvaccinated in that type of close proximity, because you don't have a choice to social distance in that environment in a meaningful way, especially for the audience. So that's something that I would really like us to consider in order for the public. I'm good with council and staff, hybrid, no public for a bit. I think that's a safer environment, but as soon as we get the public, I think vaccination status needs to be something we strongly consider.
Oh, yeah, something to add? Or Pam, go ahead.
I apologize. If you'd rather take comments, I can respond all at once too, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So Matt, just on that point, we have had some conversation internally. Where it stands now, we have our city vaccination policy. So from a staff perspective and a council perspective, we're well aware of status and or individuals who have approved exemptions and are taking precautions. The county did discontinue the vaccine verification program that provided the framework and enforcement component for the public. So I think that's a conversation I would want to collaborate with Teresa on as it relates to public access to public business and whether or not enforcing restrictions related to vaccinations is advisable.
Thanks, Nicole.
Yeah, apologies. I forgot that I had one more question. And Pam, this was just wanting to clarify, I think for the public as well, why we're having a gap between when council comes back and when we're going to allow the public to come back. The way that I am understanding it, please correct me if this is not right, is that it really is kind of giving us a chance to get back there, make sure everything's working, make sure all the procedures and everything are in place again, and give you some time to get set up for this hybrid public comment and participation setup, and to do all of that at once, have us come back, deal with that situation, and add the public back in the room with this hybrid participation at once would be a little too much, and we would likely spend a lot of time at that meeting dealing with issues that may be arising. Is that a correct interpretation?
That's certainly the primary factor. I think a little bit the secondary factor is allowing a little more time to pass of this downward case trend, kind of to Matt's point before inviting the public back into the room. Predominantly, though, we want to be good at this when we make this shift, and particularly our engagement team is adapting quite a bit the way that they work in this environment, and so we want to ensure that they're well prepared to make that.
Thank you for clarifying.
Shuni, and then I'll call on myself.
I just have a quick question as far as the April timeline and the May timeline. Why was that chosen as opposed to well into summertime? And I'm not a scientist when it comes to medicine, but my understanding was, well, during the summertime, how do I put it? The transmission rate for COVID is much lower. So I'm trying to figure out what's the calculus instead of going on into the summertime.
Thanks for that, council member. So really it was, our recommendation is based on what's the earliest we think is reasonable and possible. And so that's where that April date came from. You are certainly correct that from what we've seen cyclically of how COVID behaves, kind of continuing into the summer, we'll continue to see that dip. And then through the fall and winter months, we often see it peak again. So as far as we're concerned, we think it is doable. Ultimately, though, your discussion is what will determine what you're comfortable with.
Okay, I'll call myself, and then Rachel, I think you've got a good plan. I think April sounds like the right time to come back based on the lowering transmission levels and the CDC guidance. Assuming, as Bob says, that the county commissioners are okay with that, because if they're not, we should wait another couple weeks. So let's definitely consult with them on that. But I look forward to it. And anything to be able to lead a meeting without my barking dog being a major problem every single night. Oh my gosh, I'm so desperate. So that's my feedback. Thanks for the work you're doing on this. Rachel?
Yeah, I'm also, I think it's a good plan. I think April is fine checking in with the commissioners. I don't know if they're still virtual or not. So this
they are, but more for technology issues. For reasons.
So yeah, I think that's a good thing to check in. And so either doing it April 5th or would it be 19th as the start makes sense. And I appreciate us having some concrete data trigger points rather than kind of going with our guts, because that was concerning me for a while. And I guess I would only, a little bit push back on the notion that I think it was mentioned earlier by someone, that this is about our comfort level and getting back. I think it's largely about, getting back to the best way to do this job for the community. This, I don't believe, has been the best way to conduct council business. So we do need to be comfortable. We do need to follow medical guidelines, but I think that I'm not so worried about my own comfort and as I am about the community having us be able to do this job the best for what we're trying to do. So I appreciate all the work. Thanks.
Can I just ask, just if we have an affirmation of having our CAC and our study sessions remain virtual, is that the continued will of this council body? I am so excited about that.
Thumbs up, continued thumbs up. Very good.
Hey, can I just say one more thing? Like, sorry, I forgot. I do think I understand pushing off the rest of this conversation, Mayor Brockett, but April is right around the corner. So I don't know that we want to, it'll be quickly that we have to figure out if everybody's got to be there or not. So I just wouldn't, for CAC, I wouldn't delay that long.
Yeah, you and I should send a message to those CAC folks, Rachel, and make sure that they take this up, because I agree. We need to talk about it soon. Jeannie.
I just have a point of clarification between you and Rachel, Mayor Brockett. Are you saying that CAC will decide whether all of us have to be there, or is that going to be put on the calendar agenda so that at the next meeting we talk about how many people has to be in chambers?
Yeah, that we would put it on the calendar for council as a whole to talk about, what the rules are for hybrid meetings and council attendance.
Thank you.
So we would discuss it as a group.
Thank you.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is general comfort with staff's proposal, subject to checking with the county commissioners. Is that are people good with that? Okay, I'm seeing lots of nodding heads. Looking forward to seeing all of your bright shining faces in person again. So thanks very much for that, Pam. Really appreciate all your hard work and everybody else on that. And
Mayor, if I may just clarify real quickly, I heard from a couple of you as well a desire that really that medium or yellow category become the threshold that we look at for council business. Is that something that you'd like us to proceed with, or is that something that you'd like to wrap into this ongoing rules discussion?
Let's wrap it into the ongoing rules discussion. It's late. I'd rather not have to make a final decision tonight.
Sounds great. Thank you.
That's all right with folks.
Can I just ask for one data point for when that comes back? I will be brief. Just, I think it would be helpful for the discussion for us to know like what that would have looked like historically. So when would it have been yellow, during COVID? When would it have been green? When would it have been red? Thanks.
We can do that.
We can do that. And I know that James, who was on earlier, was working on that. So we'll figure that out.
All right, Pam, you got everything you need?
I do. Thanks very much.
Great. All right, Alicia, what do we got next?
We have next the matters from the mayor and members of council. Item 8 on tonight's agenda. 8A is the council employee evaluation committee to discuss the performance evaluation process and timeline.
Great. We've been promised a quick update on this. Nicole, are you going to take this?
Yes, I am. I am wondering if you could pull up the slides. That'll help me. Thank you. Okay, so far it's Junie and myself and Amy in HR who've been working on talking on this. We can go to the next slide. The short story is that we're very behind. The process changed to align council employees with other staff, and so evaluations kind of should have been completed now, and we haven't even started. In previous years, the evaluation process has taken 4 to 5 months. We are thinking we can probably tighten that up a little bit and get it to be done a little faster, but with a 4 to 5 month process, probably should have started back in October or November. We did not, so we're behind. So we have a plan though. So we can go to the next slide. We'll share the plan. The plan is to move the council employee evaluations back to spring, summer in 2022. I think there are some good reasons for doing that moving forward, but at least for this year, we think we really need to do that. Some of those reasons are listed there. I'm not going to read them all. So for this year, the 2021 evaluations, we would get started this month. Amy has reached out to some consultants. So we should be able to get started in April. The performance period would still be from January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021 for this year. And we're thinking we can just kind of see how the timeline goes this year to determine the future cadence. Now, what this brings up for especially Judge Cook, who has been with the city for quite a number of years, is that we really need to be conscious of the fact that we're delaying people's raises. And so we would backdate any raises that council employees would get as a result of this process to January 1st, 2022, which would enable them to kind of get like a lump sum catch-up payment by the time we get there. So the council employees are okay with this change. We just want to make sure pay is backdated. And as I say, they're okay with this change. I also just want to recognize that we really don't have an alternative right now. And I just want to apologize to Maria, Teresa. I'm sure Judge Cook is long gone on this meeting, but I'm sorry that, we weren't more on top of it and recognized that this needed to happen quickly. So I think I can speak for Junie and Amy and myself. We will be working to put in place some really firm processes this year to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Okay, next slide. So proposed timeline, basically this month, trying to make sure that we have a group that can conduct these evaluations. We're thinking, and this is sort of the worst case scenario timeline with as much time as we may need. April, creating evaluation surveys for each council employee, a list of people to help fill those out. In May, we would be sending out the surveys and creating evaluation instructions for council. June, we would be compiling the responses from the evaluation surveys, sending them to all of us, and getting the council evaluations done. July, we would be compiling the responses and giving evaluations to the council employees. August, approving any pay increases backdated for 2022. And then in September, debrief, document the process, improve on it, save it for next year. And again, I just want to point out, Amy said the consultant thinks we may be able to go faster through this process. So that is all. We can field questions, but I may defer to Junie as my brain is starting to fail to function.
I think you did a great job. There's nothing further to add.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate your working hard on a revised timeline in this. I'll just say, I think this sounds great. Does any council member object to this or want to throw in an extra comment on this? I'm seeing none. So we'll just say great job, and apologies as well to Teresa and Nuria and Judge Cook for the lengthy or the delay on this. Appreciate your tolerance.
Appreciate that, and none needed on my end.
Okay, that was in fact quick. Thanks, Junie Nicole. I think we got one more item.
Yes, sir. Item 5B is the boards and commissions recruitment/interview process check-in.
Okay, we're going to be awake for this one. Really exciting stuff.
Get up, everyone. Get up.
So, as you guys know, we are currently working through the application process, the interview process. We just want to do a quick update so that we can talk through kind of some of the upcoming things. Videos are currently being updated every day as we do the interviews. The big picture is on March 8th, we're going to have a study session where we will have our discussion of candidates, where people can bring forth candidates they're excited about for each of the positions and sort of say why. And then on March 15th, at our regularly scheduled meeting, we would have our official nominations and a vote on the appointments. We kind of have a list to go through it that gives more detailed summary of why we're doing it that way. So yeah, applications are being compiled and provided to council, as well as board and commission secretaries and liaisons, and posted to the public website on February 23rd.
Interviews are proceeding throughout this week, as you all know, and will conclude on Friday. Council members are being provided with access to interview recordings daily so that you have as much time as possible to review. So I've been to quite a few interviews already, and many candidates like this new form, and it's going really smoothly. I also listened to a few of the interview recordings already. It's been so convenient. However, I suggest that we don't wait until the last minute to listen to all of them because there are a lot. So just FYI, when Taylor sends that email, listen up. Hopefully you will. Okay, Lauren.
So hopefully everyone will have watched all of them by the March 8th study session, where council will have the opportunity to discuss the candidates and interviews and express their candidate preferences, but no formal action can be taken during the study session. Staff will be taking notes on which applicants council members intend to nominate and appoint, but on the following March 15th. But it's just an intention, and that's in order to help ensure that we can have a smooth appointment process on the 15th.
So on March 8th, the city clerk will present slides of each board to support council discussion, and slides will include details on the open seats, applicants' names, if the applicant is currently serving already and wants to be reappointed, and slides will note applicants that applied for more than one board and what other boards they applied to.
Based on the preferences expressed during the March 8th meeting, staff will prepare and submit a council memo summarizing the discussion and updated slides highlighting favored candidates for the March 15th meeting packet.
Okay, so as far as March 15th goes, we are not going to talk about the details tonight. We're too tired. Plus, we're not exactly sure. No, I'm kidding. But I will say that a brief presentation by the city clerk will remind council of the boards and commission seats being filled. That is going to happen on March 15th. And a list of candidates we expressed an interest in nominating during the March 8th study.
Prior to any formal nominations or votes, a public hearing will be held, and that also gives us the opportunity to take into account any feedback we have, anything we hear during that public hearing. We can add those to our list of nominations and vote on them in that meeting.
And council will begin making formal motions to nominate candidates, one board or commission at a time on March 15th as well. We're done. We're going to call you, especially very soon, to discuss. We also want to hear your feedback, council members, on how the, interviews are going.
All right, nice tag team presentation. We got a few comments, and I would just encourage us to not go too deep down a rabbit hole on this.
No rabbit holes.
Yes.
None.
Okay, Bob, Matt, and Rachel.
Two things. I have to compliment the synchronized swimming between Lauren and Tara. Oh my God, that's how a two-member committee needs to operate. Thank you so much. Can't imagine the dress rehearsals you guys went through. Second, Mayor Brockett, I'd like to make a motion. My motion is this: Taylor Ryman rocks. She has worked so hard to make this so successful, and we are so indebted to her. So if someone wants to second that motion, we should vote on that tonight. That's it.
And Pam.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. I second that motion for sure. Matt and Rachel.
Yes, I couldn't agree more with Bob's comments. So a couple things. One, just a little quick word. I've had a number of no-shows at my interviews. I've done 2, 4 out of 13 have no-showed. So if people are listening, show up to your interviews, because you're just making more work for Taylor and Pam to reschedule us in the last minute. Show up. It's just 15 minutes. Let's get her done. Anyway, so that's something that I just, from my experience. One thing with process, when we last spoke about this, we talked about not doing hotline posts ahead of the meeting, because we didn't want to put it out in the ether and then have it settle and have all that back and forth between people and community before we made a decision. And yet we've now somehow found a way to extend that time by a whole week. And so I'm now really confused why we've gone kind of the other direction from what is seemed to be some general, I don't know if it was total, but general council consensus of trying to just in one fell swoop, make the nominations, make the vote, and then move forward, and not allow all that out into the ether and public and LTEs and all the nonsense cloud and make people move back and forth, rather than just get to it, get it done, nominate, vote, and move on. So I'm curious as to why we extended rather than that. So that's my main question. And I'd prefer to just get it done in one night, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that happened. Lauren?
We didn't extend it. This is what we proposed before, that it was just that the March 8th meeting, we were trying, I think, to limit the time by doing a hotline post instead of doing it in the meeting. But
and I'm sorry if I may, and that March 8th is a study session, so we're not having votes there, and we wanted to have the public hearing so that you could really hear some feedback from community.
Fair, but feedback on the nominations that have been sort of out in the ether for a week is not how it's ever been done, as far as I'm concerned. So I'm wondering why, because so I know you have public feedback, but that should be done all in one fell swoop. At least that's how I've experienced it in the past, and like it going forward. So that's just me, but I want to throw that out there to
Pam can certainly enlighten us more if you want to jump in.
Yeah,
yes,
Pam,
so
tell us why.
With the history. So Matt, you're right. We used to spend about 2 hours in a regular meeting doing everything all at once. Early on in the process, the decision was made because, and this is a little bit of the pendulum swinging both directions, right? The decision was, how do we not spend 2 hours all at once doing all of the discussion, nomination, and approval? So the idea was, well, we can set aside some time at a study session to have a lot of the conversation, and then the regular meeting itself for the appointments can be a quicker process. Again, this is a council and subcommittee discretion item, so it's sort of, where do you want to put your long night, and how much do you want kind of the public and others to sort of know what's in your heads for however long before you make your decisions.
And part of the intention was also that if, say, someone hadn't watched all of the videos on a particular board or commission, and they wanted to make sure that they had the opportunity to watch all of the ones that were nominated so that they could ensure they're making an informed decision based on what was being put out there.
That's right.
This would make sure that people are as prepared as possible for what they are voting on.
It doesn't matter to me, and that, you're right, Lauren, that's why we did it. I momentarily forgot why. But should we hear from others?
Yeah, Rachel's in the list, in the line. You're muted.
Thanks, Aaron. And I will second Bob's motion to have some kind of a declaration for Taylor's awesomeness. And Pam, you've been great too. And Elisha, I just learned how to correctly pronounce your name today. I'm so sorry for the last several years. So anyhow, I worry that we're setting ourselves up for failure on this. I think that in my experience, you nominate someone, that person makes or doesn't make a board, and then you nominate, based on who's already been appointed, and whoever we nominate on the 8th is not going to be, a fullest anyway. We're going to make more nominations on the 15th. We're going to have the public hearing after we've made most of the nominations, but I think the public hearing should be before we make any nominations. If we're actually listening to members of the public, I would probably, have the 8th just convert from a study session. And if we need one big meeting, have it on the 8th. I'm also worried that if we make our pitches for the candidates that we want to vote for or nominate on the 8th, we're going to remake those pitches on the 15th, because we're going to want to refresh people's memories for why we love candidates. And we're going to invite in that interim. So it's not going to be 1 2-hour meetings. It's going to be 2-hour meetings, because we're going to do the same place. And again, like, who I nominate for RAB is going to, depend on who's already been appointed to arts or whatever, because several people apply to 3, and we've got confusing recusals this time. So I would not follow the recommendation of the subcommittee on that. I think that we are setting.
Rachel, we're doing it for everybody because we didn't think they'd have enough time. We want to do whatever you guys want to do.
Well, hold on a second. my understanding of what you're proposing is that the nominations would happen after the public hearing. Isn't that right? Like the formal, like we can advocate on the 8th, but the actual nominations happen after the public hearing on the 15th. And they can be based on previous appointments as well. Like even if you didn't talk somebody up on the 8th, if your favorite person, you know, for some board got appointed to arts already, you could nominate somebody else when you get to RAB or whatever it is. So I think those parts are all taken care of from what they were proposing. Lauren and Tara, do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Yes, I mean, we really just did it to give people more time. If you don't want more time, then. Oh, I finished my sentence.
Yeah, well, and I can be done too. I think we will also, you know, it will be a, rather than having a public hearing and hearing from the public on sort of, you know, concerns and positives about all the candidates, we will get lobbied really hard for a week on the candidates that we have nominated on the 8th or those that we have not nominated on the 8th. So it's just going to be a week of intense lobbying.
We can't vote until the 15th because the 8th is a study session. I think you are going to get nominated hard regardless of what gets discussed in the meeting on the 8th.
We don't have to have the study session have this in it. We can just do the 15th as our 2-hour session. And maybe we could move something CAC from the 15th to the 8th. I don't know.
And we often convert study sessions. I don't know if it's too late to do that for that one. But anyhow, that's my feedback. Thanks.
Mark and then Ginny.
I just wanted to ask something of Rachel. So are you suggesting that we compress everything into the 15th?
I'm just suggesting do it on one night. I think that it's going to be hard to put the puzzle pieces together on 2 different nights, and we will have a lot of extra time involved.
I think Matt's right. We're going to get lobbied one way or the other. It doesn't really matter how we do this. If we do it on the 8th and the 15th, we'll get lobbied in between. If we do it on the 15th, we're going to get lobbied anyway. So I'm not sure there's going to. I'm sympathetic to not being lobbied, but that's simply part of what we do. But I'd be very happy to do it all at once. You know, I don't know that we're going to get it done in 2 hours. Perhaps a more realistic allocation of time might be appropriate for that conversation. But I think it could make good sense to do it on the 15th. It gives people extra time to watch videos if they haven't already done so. And I think that could work.
Okay, let's see. I got Ginny, and then I'm gonna try to move us in a direction.
Yes, I just have a thought and a comment for the 15th. I don't know how many council members will be participating in the National League of Cities. I wasn't sure if I was gonna go this year because of the pandemic and also whether it was gonna be online. As of right now, I will be attending, and I don't know how many other council members will be attending as well, if that would make a difference on whether on doing it on the 8th or the 15th.
So I'm sorry, Ginny, you said you will be absent on the 15th because you'll be doing the CML?
Yes.
Okay, it's another wrinkle there. Okay, so all right, so I'm hearing some different opinions here. I personally, I'm agnostic. I would support the recommendation of the subcommittee, but I'm also fine doing it on one night. So I think we just need to figure out will of council here. The complication is in terms of amount of time. Right now we have 90 minutes for this on March 8th. We only have 45 minutes for it on the 15th, and we have other meaty items on the 15th. So we would have to probably move the library district discussion to the 8th if we did it all on one night on the 15th. I don't know if that's feasible from a staff perspective. Doing that a week earlier is. But there's also the question that it would be really good to have all of council here. Didn't realize Junie was gone on the 15th. So another, if we want to do it in one night, maybe would be on the 8th. And we would convert it to and add a special meeting to have a public hearing on it. So I kind of need to suss out a will of council here. So maybe we could have a threshold question of, would people prefer to do it in 2 nights in some form? Well, I guess let's say 2 nights roughly in the form that's been outlined by the subcommittee, or would they prefer to do it in 1 night? Before, Junie, did you want to say something before I pose that question? No? Okay, so Tara?
I'm not, as the subcommittee member, I'm not saying I want to have it on 2 nights. That's not even my recommendation. I'm now agnostic with you all.
Okay, so let's put it this way, and I'm going to look for a physical show of hands. Who would really prefer that it be on 1 night? Okay, I got a strong majority there. So, and Tara and I are both fine with that. Hopefully, Nicole, I didn't see your hand. Can you live with that approach? And Lauren? Okay, so then we're talking about doing it in 1 night. Could we do it on the 8th? Could we convert that to a special meeting and do it on the 8th? Nuria, yeah, go ahead, Nuria.
I'll ask Teresa to weigh in on what kind of notice we need to give. It seems like we probably could fit that in. I'll note that likely we've got a 4-hour meeting there, 90 of which is this, and we've got outdoor dining, which I assume you don't want to move, and the other items. So we could move the Safe Streets Boulder if we needed more time.
I would probably propose swapping Safe Streets to the 15th if transportation could support that. Bob?
Yeah, I was going to make a slightly different suggestion. First of all, I do agree that we can't do all 3 things on the 8th. I think the 8th is great. I'd actually suggest we move outdoor dining because I think that is still a little bit in flux and I think could use a little bit more marinating. So I'm just going to throw that out. Safe Street, we've already postponed a couple times. I bet you Erica's keen to present that to us. I'm keen to hear it. And I'd like to suggest that we move outdoor dining because I'm not sure that's ready for prime time yet.
Staff, go ahead.
Well, what I just would say is that point taken, and CAC could get feedback from staff on what would be the best thing to move amongst those. Lauren?
I did just want to point out that this voting on the 12th and having the don't even remember what day anymore, 15th, has been part of the communication that has been happening both in the interviews and in the email communication that has gone out to all of the applicants.
That is a good point.
I would, not all the applicants, in that I know the ones I was in today, we were like, we're not sure exactly when we're going to vote because I was confused from CAC yesterday. So some have heard something a little different, but I think we still would vote on the 15th as well, wouldn't we, on consent?
We're talking we're talking about making a special meeting so that we could have a public hearing. If we're having a public hearing, then we do it all in 1 night.
Okay, I was thinking we had to finalize on the 15th. All right, thanks.
Yeah, you wouldn't need to. I will say that this is a compressed timeline. You signing up for a very busy week of reading the packets and watching all the interviews to do this. Mark?
Yeah, look, whatever council wants is fine with me, but I think doing it on the 15th is a little cleaner. Gives us more opportunity to reflect upon who we want and why we want them and how we're going to express that at a council meeting. Yeah, it opens us up for a week of lobbying, but that's part of our job description. And I just think it unfolds a little cleaner doing it that way. But again, whatever council wants to do is fine. I think the 8th is a very compressed time frame.
It is. I'll just say that missing Junie would be really unfortunate, both because Junie's voice is a very important one, and also because having an even number of people in this kind of thing is tough.
Well, what about this? Why don't we do everything but nominate on the 8th? We say who we're going to nominate when we don't actually do the nominating until the 15th and just make that fast?
That was the proposal y'all walked in with at the beginning of the evening.
Yeah, but we were saying that if at last minute you wanted to change it or whatever, I mean, we can, but maybe we just should mostly decide and then just finish it off on the 15th and not really have any changes. What do you?
Well, but then Junie still isn't there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm not seeing a perfect option here. I think we have issues anyway. We do it. Let's get it, Junie and then Nicole, and let's try to make a decision here.
Yeah, since I will be part of the interviews tomorrow, I'd like the opportunity to be there. And I'm wondering, since if we were to do them early, my understanding based on what I've heard, if we were to do them early, somehow if that would discriminate against some people, is that what we're thinking? Then can we push it for later, the nomination for the end of the month, the council meeting at the end of the month? Would that be okay?
We don't have another council meeting in March, and people's board terms end at the end of March.
Okay, but could we, if we intended to turn the study session in March, the first one, right, to a special meeting, could we do the same thing for the one later on at the end of the month?
Well, we just don't have a meeting at all at the end of the month. Our last meeting is the 15th because there's spring break and then the 5th Tuesday.
Okay.
Unfortunately. So no, don't have that option, sadly. Good idea though. Nicole?
I support just having one meeting on the 8th where we just get this done. I mean, I know I had sort of set a lot of time aside this week to review everything, interviews, all that stuff. I feel like I'll be in a good place by the 8th. I'd really love to have Junie there for the reasons you said, Aaron. So if we can move that to a special meeting, I think that would be my preference.
So I'm getting there, Bob, as well.
I agree with Nicole. I think let's just get this done on the 8th. And so Junie can participate. And I'd like to suggest that we move off outdoor dining for a couple more weeks, just because I think there's still some stuff in motion, and we could do well if we need to. But anyway, let's do it. Let's do it on the 8th and be done with it. And if we need to move some stuff from the 8th to the 15th to make that work, that would be my preference.
Thanks, Teresa.
Mayor, our esteemed city clerk rightly pointed out that the code requires the code states at a regular meeting before April. Boards and commissions shall be appointed. So terribly sorry to have let you go down this rabbit hole. It has to be at a regular meeting.
But can I ask, what's the definition of regular meeting? Can we call a regular meeting, or is anything we call a special meeting?
Anything you call as a special meeting, a regular meeting is defined, as I recall, in the code.
Well, that was a lot of discussion.
Terribly sorry.
No,
a regular meeting.
I appreciate you letting us know before, so that we're not doing something illegal. So it's important.
I was trying to jump in there, but you guys were kind of going pretty fast. So, but a regular meeting is a meeting that is on the first or the third Tuesday of the month. Anything outside of that is considered a special meeting.
Could I ask Aaron if Junie, I know you're going to be in Washington for the National League of Cities. There'll be a 2-hour time difference. If we stack that up so that we took advantage of the time difference, do you know if you have meetings 8, 9, and 10 o'clock at night in Washington that night?
Would it be possible for you to join us for an hour or two?
Yes, I can definitely work on that and look at the schedule of things and fit that in. I will try.
Thank you. It would be really valuable to have you there. And it sounds like we're doing this on the 15th. Okay, Rachel?
I was just going to ask for Junie's sake, could we have the public hearing though still on the 8th? Could we convert to a special meeting, or does the public hearing have to be on the 15th? I understand the vote has to be, but could that portion be knocked out so that she can because you have to watch the public hearing before you can vote. So if she's just coming, for a portion of the meeting, that's already covered.
Sounds like a legal question.
I am consulting the code as we speak.
If you convert it to a special meeting, in my opinion, Teresa, if we convert it to a special meeting, yeah, we can have the public hearing, but we'd have to frame it to be able to know the public to know what we're actually doing. You know what I mean? So they'll know what they're commenting on. So I don't know if.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say. So I'm not sure if us discussing, if you're going to make the nominations on the 8th, I think we can actually say nominations of board, appointments, and official vote to be taken on the 15th on consent, right? But I think we would have to be very clear on what we're doing with that public hearing in order for the public to comment.
And mostly it's a question on whether we have enough time to notice, and that's the question.
And we do have enough time to notice. We have sufficient time for that. Notice is required in the newspaper over the weekend. Alicia has already told us that that's possible. As to the question about whether we could hold the public hearing, there's no prohibition of that in the code. It's only the appointment has to happen at a regular meeting. It doesn't say anything about the nomination nor about the public hearing.
Lauren, are you there? Lauren, speak up.
No, I'm good.
One thing I also want to note, just for progress and for just clarity, there's a lot of boards that only have one seat open, and there's only 4 boards that have multiple, over 5 applicants. So it could go a lot smoother because we don't have a lot of seats available, if that makes sense. So if we do the nominations and we do it at a public hearing and make that clean, then we can take it and possibly put the appointments on consent on the 15th versus going through another whole process of voting and that sort of thing. But we can vote, but it would have to be, it might have to be off consent now that I think about that. Because if we have to vote on the nominations, we'll still have to go through each board process. Right, okay, so disregard.
Well, let me just ask about that though. So can we go back to the thing we were almost settled on, which was a public hearing on the 8th and nominations on the 8th, but a vote on the 15th at a regular meeting on consent? Because that seems like it would comply with the requirement to approve them at a regular meeting.
Erin, are you saying though the nominations would be like we would have the thorough discussions and pick on the 8th who we are going to vote on the 15th, and that would just be on consent?
Correct. That we would go to basically the do it all in one night approach on the 8th. Make our nominations, take straw polls, but then have a list of potential candidates that would then get put on the consent agenda for an official vote on the 15th.
So isn't that exactly what we said from the beginning?
No, because it's doing it all in one night and just having a vote on consent on the 15th.
Are we going to have one candidate each then on the 8th, or more than one?
We would have one. We would have one candidate nominated per position on the 8th.
We would go through the nomination process on the 8th, pull up the slides, make the nominations, discussion, and then we would compile the list, put it in the memo for the 15th, and you would make the vote for the nominations that were made on the 8th and go ahead and solidify those nominations on the 15th under consent, which would be a little bit cleaner.
Teresa,
I just want to make sure everybody has time to watch all the videos though. I mean, because Junie did say she would do it if she had to on the 15th. So I just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with watching those videos all weekend.
Well, first, let me just ask Teresa, are we legally okay with that approach?
Yes, Mayor, with the approach of having the nominations, public hearing on the 8th, and then a formal vote for appointment on the 15th. that's legally sufficient.
Okay, great. Then we don't have to make Junie attempt to dial in from the middle of her conference the next week, which might or might not work. And it complies with our legal requirements. It does give us a more abbreviated timetable to take care of all of this, but we do have the whole weekend. So is council willing to go with this approach? I'm getting some thumbs up and some dubious looks, but this seems to me like the best of imperfect options at this point. So if people are willing. Okay.
The only thing, Teresa, I think we would have to actually call the special meeting tonight if we were going to convert. It would have to be called tonight because we don't have another meeting before the 8th, and it has to be voted to be converted.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that catch. So what the council could do is the council could suspend its rules of procedure, which is in the council procedure rules, could suspend its rules of procedure and take a vote right now to convene a special meeting on March 8th.
Well, Bob.
I make a motion to suspend our rules of procedure with respect to, I think it's two motions. I'll do one motion first. A motion to suspend our rules with respect to, help me out, Teresa. What are we moving at here?
Yes. Councilmember Yates, I believe you may want to make a motion to suspend our rules of procedure so that you can consider a matter and vote on it under council items.
Without a public
matters
hearing.
From council.
Without a public hearing. So moved.
Anybody want a second? Second. Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. I realize that this is not an ideal option, but I don't see a better one at this point. We're in kind of a tough situation here. So I guess does anyone give a thumbs down to this? Does anyone object to the motion on the table? Not seeing anybody with a thumbs down.
So I'll make a second motion. I move that we convert the study session on the 8th of March to a special meeting.
Second.
Very good. And do we have any objections to that motion? Seeing none. Okay. Then I think we have called the special meeting for the 8th, where we will consider our board appointments, make nominations, and then put something together for the consent agenda on the 15th. And it sounds like we will comply with all of our legal requirements with this approach. Okay, well, that was fun. We did go down a rabbit hole, but hopefully we've emerged on the other side. And I wish everyone enjoyable interview watching this weekend. Okay, I think that's it. Elisha, do I have that right?
You have that right, sir.
Gosh, done so soon. All right, well, I will gavel us to a close at 11:26 p.m. And thanks everyone for your patience and contributions tonight.
Good night, everyone.